Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
Stupid as being.
Huh? It's a house!
5 brain cells, 4 aren't working.
Did you hear what I said?
5 brain cells, 4 aren't working.
What's going on, freakazoids? How's it going? I think I'm all out of notifications for today. So we might only have, well, we're at 92 right now. It's not terrible, I guess. Not great. Yeah, so I mean, not too long after we were doing my show, they were talking about how they, like the last live stream that we did, they were talking about how there were FBI agents and people going door to door. And then Fox News showed video of the SWAT team and bomb squads moving out, and it was said that they're moving out in reference to the Nancy Guthrie case. So that just seems like pretty big news. I don't know what's happening out there on the ground. You know, we don't know where they're going, etc. But not too long ago, there was a helicopter. It looks like it's, I don't know, it's over there. Oops, looks like I lost it. But they were actually circling. Let's see. I think I can go back in time, actually, if I go. Let's see. Oh, there it is right there. Oh, wow. I wonder what it's doing up there. I guess that is the area. Alright, so yeah, that's right. It's playing it back. So this is Annie's location. And then this over here is where Nancy lived. Or lives, I guess. Over here. And so I think it's right on this road. I think her house is right there. That one. And if you look at that, that's almost right in the middle of the circle there. And then over here we have, so let's see, it's not too far away, right over, yeah, it looks like this house right there with the two dark, yeah, maybe those are solar panels on the top with a swimming pool, don't know. So they're definitely circling both homes. I mean, that's interesting. I don't know. This is a private owner helicopter, so maybe it's a news station. A lot of little planes moving around, though. That's crazy, isn't it? Look at that. Let's see, what are these doing? You never see that many just moving around, but oh, we can turn on the scanner. Oh, darn it. Yeah. So that's absolutely the location right there. I don't know why the bomb squad is out there. But you would think they would get a SWAT team and a bomb squad if you have a particular home that you're going into and you have those concerns, right? I've already got scanner information. It's right there. All right, let's see. Mm-hmm. I use Broadcastify. I'm already listening to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Couldn't you tell?
This sounds like static.
Yeah, it was a video. It wasn't a live stream at replay. It was a video I put out.
Victor, Ida, Victor, Robert, Oracle,
Mm-hmm. Hey, welcome. Inverted sneaker. I mean, is it something different?
in the park lot, Michelangelo.
Okay, let's see. Maybe we can get more. It's an app. I don't have the app on my... It's not a computer app. It's a cell phone, so I can't use it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. Somebody sent me something on one of the neighbors that was being interviewed, and I just don't think it has anything to do with anything. You know, doesn't look like me. I didn't think there was anything suspicious. I don't know. Who knows, man? This could be... Law enforcement probably has a good idea of who this person is. And it's interesting, if they just recently got the video, did it help them think more so, or did it point them in a different direction? I don't know. They're still going around, looking around Annie's house over there. It's pretty crazy. Thank you, Christopher Marshburn. There's some crazy people making colored images, you guys, of the surveillance, and it's just ludicrous. I wish people understood. You know, it's just like, it looks cool. Like, see that right there? Yeah, it looks cool and everything. Yeah, but that's not even what the tiles look like. This right here, they merely took exactly what it looked like on the camera, and then somehow there was skin tone assigned to the eyes. And then, but once you realize that the tile doesn't even look right, then what else is the software that they're using, AI, what else is it doing to change different things? Okay, it's just totally unreliable, and it's shameful that people put it out there as if it's some investigative tool of some sort. But boy, it sure sells. You know, people think it's all real, all that crap. There's even a more colored one, where their vest is orange. Right, yeah, I've seen some of those. There's a whole bunch of them out there. You guys shouldn't watch them, but who cares? At this point, people just look at it, oh my god, ooh, and it just becomes huge. Becomes huge, you know? So we're just never... You can't win a battle like that. It's never going to help. It's never going to be useful. It just makes people think that they're being super duper sleuthy. She isn't behind the daughter's house. I hope not. That would be crazy. But, I mean, yeah, that would be absolutely moronic to put her body there. Looks like those are solar panels. Yeah, let me turn on this. Yeah, you know what Laura Ingram goes, look at, he's got dark, evil, sunken eyes. What the hell? How do you get that from that? You know? I mean, I get that he's an evil person, but you can't say that from the picture. These people are crazy, man. He's got dark, sunken, evil eyes. I think she said Solon or something. Social media is full of BS, yeah. I'm here now. Well, the person, I don't know. You know, as we said on the previous show, the time frame that the time frame when he's at the front door, you know, could that be after they've already gone in and injured her? But originally he walked out the front when he didn't have his backpack on and saw, okay, yeah, that looks like maybe we'll take her out there. There's a doorbell camera or something, and then they go inside the house. But see, that doesn't make sense. So you can't really have that theory. That theory doesn't make sense when people say it. And the reason is because that camera was disconnected at 1:47. So that sort of locks in the time frame at which that was, you know, being manipulated, and that seems to be what's going on in the video, right? That seems to be 1:47. So that is when that was turned off. And then there's other activity, meaning that Nancy wasn't removed from the residence until 2:28. But what we don't know, what I just put out in the video, was we don't know what time they actually entered the home. And wouldn't it be interesting if 2:12 is the time they entered the home, and that's why there's another motion detected on a different camera, and they got her out of there by 2:28, which that actually makes a hell of a lot more sense than sitting around in the house. Now, maybe from 1:47 until 2:10 or whatever, before they were seen on a camera, they were planning, getting more organized, you know, disconnected one of the cameras. Maybe they took out the floodlights. They were going around going around the house and getting ready to do what they're doing. And then they probably sort of sat near the area for a while, just watched to see if anything that they did detected, you know, set off any alarms or anything, to see if anybody showed up. So they waited 10, 15 minutes, nothing. And then maybe at 2:12, when they feel really secure, now the camera's off at the front door, the floodlight's off in the back, they go inside. And maybe by 2:13 or so, they confront Nancy, and then things happen, whatever happens. And then they go out the front door right around 2:28, because that's probably about when you're far enough away from your cell phone that it's not detecting a signal. And she doesn't have her watch on. She's probably in bed sleeping, and as I said on the earlier shows, she was charging her phone on the nightstand. Something of that nature. What do you guys think about that theory right there? That they didn't even enter the home until around 2:12. And I think that kind of makes sense, because another camera would have picked some movement up inside the home. Apparently they said one of the cameras was inside the house. Remember that early on? So that would make sense. And that from 1:47 to later, they were just prepping the area and the house to, you know, not be captured. They got lucky on the camera inside the house that their bill wasn't paid. And I don't know if that one, they're going to find that footage too, but I think that's different footage than the front door camera. Cash thanked the FBI for their... Well, where did he do that? On a social media? Let's see. Yeah, that's usually like when you're wrapping something up, you might say that. Thanks to our FBI Phoenix and Tucson team for working 24/7. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess they're all filling him in. What the hell they're doing, I guess. I mean, they could. No, I don't think so, actually. I don't think they have film footage of Nancy going out the front door. Because all the footage we're seeing is when the camera was still connected, and then it was disconnected at 147, and there's no more footage that you'll be able to be seen on that one. Now, if the camera inside the house, it happens to be in her bedroom or something like that, and that detected motion, but, yeah, motion in there. Maybe if they can do the same technique in retrieval, I guess apparently it's some sort of cache out on the cloud of motion, but they didn't have a paid account, so that cached information didn't get put into an area where somebody could actually go view it. Hey, thanks up there to Timothy Cecil and Christopher Marshburn, and welcome to Inverted Sneaker. That idiot YouTuber had a pizza delivered to Nancy's house. Yeah, you're not talking about the fraudster guy, right? I mean, literally, you guys should go look it up. Everybody's so, oh, hey, JLR, you're so cool. Look him up. There's actually a Wikipedia about the guy. I really don't believe that they killed her. She probably hurt, but not dead. I don't know. That'd be a shock at this point. Did they bring medicine with her? The one with the bug eyes and the media hat. Yeah, it's probably the one you're talking about then. I don't watch them, so I don't know. I just do my own thing. I don't care what they have to say or their thoughts or anything like that at all. They just kind of mess up your brain a little bit. They don't work. Hey, it's 675-309. How was it out there? Is there two? And yeah. I mean, I wanted to go there, but now I'm glad, because if I was around those people, I wouldn't be able to be polite. That's the problem. I wouldn't be able to do it. I've been an absolute disaster in the community for years, and it is what it is. I guess, there's some, if you can get there, that's great. I happen to be leaving town. I went on my one vacation. I guess I do two-day vacations a year. Yeah, it's just, go look it up. I mean, the fact that you guys believe in that is, I mean, he just is, forget it. I really don't care. It's just nobody gives a damn. It's just whatever's more entertaining, they enjoy. How did I get the hairpiece to stay on with? How did you get a free membership? Why did you steal a membership, clearly established? Why'd you do that? It's amazing. You ever wonder about that, clearly established? How you stole a membership from somebody else who actually wanted to be a channel membership here? You ever ask yourself why you would do something like that? It's pretty depraved, isn't it? Yeah. He's not a fan of my work. He doesn't give a shit. I mean, I'll say this. I appreciate the fact that he goes to all the different locations. I mean, not all of them. Whenever it's a really big case, he shows up. And, he's there, right? So, you gotta give credit for people hustling to go out and do shit like that. There you go. Okay. Did I say you weren't, Ann Dunlop? We know that clearly established isn't, though. Okay, well, your comment, I don't want you around, clearly established. If you apologize for your comment, then maybe we'll keep you around. But if we don't get one here in about 30 seconds, I'm going to remove you from the channel. I just like normal people in here, not wackos that, try to throw something out there. Hey, how'd you get your hair toupee to stay on when you don't have a hat? You're stupid. God, you're such a rude person. And you want to stay around here? There was nothing funny about it. There was no... How'd you get the hairpiece to stay on without the hat? I mean, that's what you're getting out of this? Like, we're talking about true crime, and you come in and make a stupid comment like that? It's just not really interesting. TMZ, and you guys can't see it because I deleted it, or somebody deleted it. TMZ as reporting activity in the Bitcoin account. How? How is there activity in the Bitcoin account? Okay, you got 10 more seconds. Clearly established. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Just say I was. Just saying I was. Oh, okay, cool. In past carjacking cases, they force the victim to get money. I still say Annie and her husband. Right. Well, I mean, they're looking around the neighborhood, right? And Fox News does keep saying a man or a woman. So, hey, maybe Zozo's onto something. Who the hell knows? I don't think it's a female, though. And she doesn't necessarily think it's a female either. She just thinks he has effeminate qualities. Like in his eyes, almost looks like mascara. Yeah. You guys, how come people just don't use common sense in the media? The camera, the Ring camera, was disconnected at 1:47. That's associated with this video here. That's what he was doing right there. Okay? So that's 1:47. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. I mean, if it's not that, it's some crazy thing. Oh, then he goes inside, and then later he tries it again. Okay? So it absolutely, at 1:47, the Ring camera was disconnected. So that kind of locks in the time frame of at least the moving video portions. Let me go to this other thing here. This one right here. This image right there is not 1:47. In fact, I would say that this is probably, it's a pure guess. It was like 1:40. He's walking over there from a distance. He looks over at the Ring doorbell camera, and he's just sort of like looking, and then I bet you the video, I'm going to just bet here, that you're going to see him walking to here, and then he pivots and then walks away after looking at the door for a moment. And then he comes back ready to go. He has his backpack on. He's got the gun that might actually be in this pocket over here, put to the front. And then he tries to remove the camera, or at least block the view of the camera. That's what his concern was, blocking the view of the camera. So he tried to put one of these plants on there. That didn't work. And then he eventually removes the camera, disconnects it from the system. Okay? So this one is before. Does anybody think this is after the first one? And if you do think that it's after the video, then explain to me why you think that and how that would fit in. Go ahead. Right, I just said that. He has no backpack on. The gun is not in front of him. I think he put the backpack on later, then in front of him, because it's go time now. He's ready to go. All right, so this is before the video that we watch. So after this, he goes back to his car, and he puts this on. Truthfully, though, we don't know if they were doing a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, he could have got there at 1:30. they went over here, did this, did that, and the other thing, done it, you know, took out the floodlights, and then eventually made his way back over here to ensure the video isn't working when they're exiting the house. And maybe it is just they didn't want the audio recorded. Did these cameras actually pick up audio? This footage that they have here, that they got out on the cloud in cache form, is there audio associated with it? They're just not playing it? Don't know.
Coming in throughout the day, and who knows what came in, but apparently
Activity. There's activity in Bitcoin account.
Well,
It says.
back to this Bitcoin issue.
What does that mean? Who would send money into it?
Aware of how these wallets work, but they're increasingly popular in the
Yeah, I mean, I guess they might be able to figure out who he is.
a monetary instrument known as Bitcoin, and they're used by.
Interesting. But hey, guys, if you're out there, if you have the ability to help support the channel, that would be fantastic. We are currently at $19.99. Right, so if you have the ability to help support the channel, we're trying to get a head start on the show. It's a short month, and being on vacation, we did okay when I was on my trip. It wasn't fantastic. So if you have the ability to buy some memberships for people, or send in super chat, super thanks, if you like how I think or how I do my show, that'd be great. You know, I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but I just try to use logic, reason, and common sense, and I won't throw some random person's name out there without a reason to do so. You know, the band members, etc. Forget it. My Bitcoin activities ploy to make... Oh, maybe the Bitcoin activities a ploy to make kidnapper look at it and trace them from there. Sure, if they believe that actually is the kidnapper. It seems like they kind of gave up on that element. But I wouldn't be shocked if it came back where the Bitcoin owners are actually connected again to these individuals. I think it might be public knowledge, the Bitcoin wallet. It seems kind of stupid. Like, why would you be able to look into somebody else's Bitcoin wallet? And this camera, it doesn't really shock me. I could see, like, an elderly person, you know, maybe there was a point where she had to update her credit card and never did it, even though it's the same number on there. It doesn't have the current card with the correct expiration date, and just never checked the email that it came in on, and just didn't update it, but just kind of assumed everything was being automatically paid, etc. And, you know, I don't think a lot of times people in their 80s check their emails too much. Now, they could get something off of here. I think 8675309 was wondering, she thought she might have known what kind of jacket it was. I don't know. So they have the helicopter over. Well, hold on. How could that be live if I don't have it?
Led them back to Annie Guthrie's neighborhood. Something is kind of pushing the buttons here, and if all of a sudden you have activity in this Bitcoin account, you can say it may be coincidence, maybe somebody's kind of...
Flight radar.
It seems like they have got more information, and they need...
All right, guys, gonna have to say it again. Could you please help support the channel tonight?
Trace, thank you so much.
There's no difference show to show. We're just trying to get caught up for the month.
Sheriff's homicide detective, along with Brandon Tatum, former Tucson police officer. Kurt, again, they wanted...
See, they seem to have this live camera or helicopter flying around, but I don't see a damn thing. There isn't a camera there.
But now there's activity in the
This is
Bitcoin
live
account?
right here.
What are you thinking?
When was that live? It says right now,
Can't hear you.
but
Let's go to Brandon. Can Brandon
definitely not live.
Brandon, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Yeah, what does this say to you? Both the
Brandon
activity
Tatum
at
is on there.
Savannah Guthrie's sister's home, Annie Guthrie, the scouring of the brush, interviewing neighbors, trying to get their video, and now the activity in the Bitcoin wallet itself. What are you thinking tonight?
Well, Laura, it's all very bizarre because I can't tell what's what. I do not think this was ever a ransom situation. In my
Hey,
opinion.
thanks, and Dunlop
There's new activity in the Bitcoin account
from Ireland.
It's also strange. This guy who came to the door was clearly a rookie or someone who's not.
Okay, but that was before.
Anything, because he carried the gun.
See, that's a long time ago. There isn't a helicopter flying over right now, but Fox News is pretending they've got a live one there.
Very strange here, and the fact that the sister and also the brother-in-law are being investigated to any degree, it adds another level of suspicion because they.
Yeah. Right, that's what I think. I think the fact that they just keep having movement over here at Annie's house over and over. They have other people moving around, law enforcement, FBI going door to door, etc. It just seems like they've got to be the main suspects, just as Ashley Banfield put out a long time ago. Hey, thank you, and Dunlop. You know, and I will admit, you know, after, you know, Zozo and I were kind of looking into them before, and then Ashley Banfield came up with that. So after she said that, it made me think a little, you know, I was a little bit more, you know, sort of, I added into my theories each time. But, you know, sometimes that can be, you know, dangerous in terms of figuring something out. You get more, it's more of a tunnel vision with an element, not the whole case, but an element of it. You know, so we did like the experiment last night, trying to pretend that they have absolutely nothing to do with anything. And, you know, it was pretty interesting. But it's still, you get left with certain elements. I mean, this seems like the person went in there to eventually take Nancy out of the house. Do we agree with that? I don't think it's a robbery gone wrong, because this person wouldn't even know her. And why would you need to leave? Why couldn't you just leave her there? Doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, that's what I always think, Skippy. You know, some days it's harder than others. It's alright, though. Well, because there's nothing but crap on other channels. But wouldn't you want to turn my channel on just because it's good? Not because there's only crap. Anyways. Come on, you guys. Give me some love. Just one time. You know, like when a guy tells a woman, you look nice today. And they get angry because, what do you mean today? Don't I always look nice? Yeah. I know the feeling, man. I know the feeling. No, I think they think they're connected, inverted sneaker. I think they think they're connected. Yeah, that's what I think. Less than 300 deposited into Bitcoin account. Maybe some random... Oh, hey, you know what? Maybe somebody just did that. Like, what if the FBI just deposited the money in there? Or TMZ... I bet it was TMZ. They deposit the money in there, and they want to see if they extract it or use it for something, and then maybe they show up on camera somewhere. It's kind of a clever idea, you know? Because I guess you can use the Bitcoin wallet to purchase something, right? Like, you can go to McDonald's with a Bitcoin wallet. I would think. Perhaps, but the FBI may be waiting for something more solid. Talking about Koberg having 5 accomplices. Well, they're not covering this case. Yeah. That would be awful if the family is involved. Yeah, it would be. However, I think there's a better chance that if they are involved, that Annie doesn't know about it. that it was somebody else on their own initiative that got this done using a third party, hoping they would never be associated with it. And, you know, one thing that's interesting, knowing that they just recently got the videos, what was the reason that they were interested in the family members early on? Like, what was it? Did somebody say something? You know, mentioning, hey, somebody said this. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? And that's one of the reasons why, a theory that I have that they haven't told us about yet, is that when Nancy was dropped off at 9:48 right here, garage door opens and then it shuts at 9:50, that maybe there's this other activity back here in the back on a camera. And, you know, maybe in this scenario, it wouldn't be like the other one, they detect that's when this floodlight was broken. So it was already being prepped, the house, right? And what if that was at 9:52 or so? Well, then you could associate the person who dropped off Nancy with the floodlight being broken. And that might be something they've kept looking into. Yeah, I mean, it's just theorizing based on the available information. Gene Salzman said, should I do 5 memberships or donate the money? Yeah, you can donate your money anywhere. Yeah, nobody's required to send my channel anything, but if you want to, you know, you can always donate to charities, etc. What we do on this channel is people help support the channel, keeps us going, and then we donate as a group thousands of dollars at the end of the month to true crime related charities. Kind of the bulk effect. You know, LOL GRA. What does that mean? Yeah, I just don't know what you're saying, Gene. You can do whatever the hell you want. It is really weird that the Uber to... weird that she... I don't think it's that weird. I've tried to explain this. Like my father, we had to take away his car. Oh, I see. I thought you said... Okay. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying, Gene. It was, your comment was removed, so I thought that somebody determined it was negative. But sure, if you want to, how about buy me some coffees? You know, that would work. How about this one right here? Right. So my father was driving up until. Well, it's kind of a complicated thing. He was really sick, and then he finally got back out on his feet, and while he was sick, he said to get rid of his car and do all these different things, and then he didn't remember saying that, and at one point goes, give me my effing keys, because we took his keys. He shouldn't be driving. And so then we had to give him back his keys, you know, and then he gets in an accident, not a bad one, but like a week later, and then he bought another car after the accident. You know, it's like, Jesus, what are you doing? And then we eventually convinced him to give up the keys again, and then he wanted the keys back again. And then we just said, Dad, use Uber, for God's sakes. You know, it's so simple. It's there in 3 minutes and gets you somewhere, and then 3 minutes later, you know, it's just very simple. And what it was you lose your kind of independence when you give up your car and you can't drive or whatever. So maybe in her case, she thought, man, I'll just take an Uber. Makes me feel like I'm able to do something on my own, and took an Uber over there. Doesn't that seem reasonable? Thank you, Kimberly Hunt. All right. Somebody up there was like, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's the same thing. I think that's why it doesn't seem that weird to me. I mean, what do you think was going through their minds? Well, we're going to take her out tonight. I'm not going to bother to pick her up. Jeez. Actually, I think it would have made the story better for them had they picked her up. But she probably was feeling independent and said, I'll drive. I guess, I mean, she has her own car. Why didn't she just take her own car, right? But she took an Uber. I mean, probably she shouldn't be driving and felt like, and then, I don't know. It's just such a crazy story, the whole thing. Have you guys ever had a case like this where every single element has sort of a somewhat reasonable contradiction? It's just, man, it's a tough one. Pyroscasellers. Saturn dreaming of Mercury. Thank you both. Appreciate it. What does that mean? Pyro. It's probably something real simple that I'm just reading it with too many letters. Sellers. So let's see. It's probably Pyroscasellers. Anyways, thank you. Appreciate it. My dad would stop driving. We had to take his keys away. He wouldn't stop driving. Yeah, right. And mixed up the gas and brake pedal. It was tough. Yeah, it's hard for them to give up their independence, knowing that they're likely never going to be able to drive again at that point. Well, I don't know who the person is on camera there, but I think it's a person connected to a family member who likely is, I think it's a murder for hire case. That's what I think. I mean, I'm not going to change. I thought maybe it was always been something like that. I thought it was maybe a kidnapping ransom for hire case, but I changed that because it just sort of seems like this person intentionally took her out of the house because maybe the person, a family member is going to have to find her, and maybe they didn't want to have to deal with that part. So they wanted her out of the house, but you'd eventually have to have her show up somewhere. I'd be shocked if she's still alive. I'd be shocked. I mean, not shocked. I'd be like, wow, surprised. I guess we scared off Jean Salzman. She's been around her a long time. I just wasn't sure what they were saying. Let's see. Marilee's 9726. Yes, she took an Uber to Annie's house. Yeah, we know. Jeff, we already know that. I mean, we've already explained it in here tonight, so you don't have to. Yeah, Marilee's. We just explained it. She took an Uber at 5:30 something to Annie's house. Oh, that's okay, Allie K. She took an Uber to Annie's house at 5:30 something, and let's get the timeline out here again. Yeah, so they're looking around in different places, sheds and.
No, it's just in the neighborhood.
I believe the camera you're looking at there is around Annie Guthrie's neighborhood. Yeah, Laura.
Oh, okay, got it. All right, well, Jesse's going to take it from here. Jonathan, you've been on this from day one. Thank you very much. That is it for us tonight. Stay with us at Fox all night long for breaking coverage of this. Jesse's next.
Okay. Let's look. Let's see if we can find around Annie's home. Over here. Yeah, so it's 5:32. Nancy gets to Annie's house for dinner and games and took an Uber driver, an Uber to get there. Uber driver was interviewed. And I say at 5:42, Nancy arrives at Annie's because it takes 10 minutes. Right. Yeah, 300. Somebody else said that in the chat, $300 or so. All right, let's see. Where could that shed? Almost makes you, it looks kind of like that shed there that was on the news just now. A lot of sheds out here, though. You know what I'm thinking? That they have surveillance footage that appears to show a car going back to the Annie Guthrie's residence at a certain time frame. That would make it so that you wouldn't be able to go far to have taken a body somewhere far. So they wonder if it's close around. Maybe they're going to make it try to look like she wandered off and went into a shed somewhere. Wouldn't that be interesting if that's what their goal was? No, she just wandered off, you guys, you know. But you forgot about the blood in the front and the fact that you disconnected the the camera. Gray, you bastard. Okay, good. Well, thanks for the bucket of coffee there, Salzman. Wow, Legine. It's a little different name. Where's that from? Where are you from? France? Okay, I didn't scare you off. See, Alley Cake? You see that? In 13 minutes behind, catching up on 2x. Okay. All right, let me do this. How's it going, 8675309? How are you doing today? What were you doing? Did you have some fun later? The timeline in this case is 5:32, 5:42. Nancy, Tommaso drives home. Nancy home. 9:48. Nancy garage door opens. 9:50. Garage door Luke closes. 1:47. AM door to time. All right, let's see if you can understand that now when you play it at double the speed. It's going to sound like a chipmunk. It's going to be good when it gets to that part. Took me that long to fill out the coffee thingy. Oh. She's playing it at double speed, man. The sucker's when she gets to that point. Woo! It's going to sound like my auctioneer. Bad Reporter posted that this isn't kidnapping. Well, I can tell you this. She was still alive when she exited, when she was brought out the front door. I mean, just given everything we know now, we'll just do it like this. 5:32, Nancy goes to Annie's house for dinner. So she goes from right here to over to Annie's house right here for dinner. Takes an Uber. Takes about 10 minutes. Then 9:42 she arrives there. No, it's 9:40. 5:32 goes there, and then 5:42 arrives there. Then they sit around and play games, including mahjong, etc. And then probably right around 9:38, Tommaso drives Nancy back home and gets to the garage area at 9:48 apparently. I mean, we're just basing this on non-nefarious actions during this time frame. 9:48, the garage door opens. 9:50, the garage door shuts. So he probably drove all the way up to here, watched her walk in, and then he takes off. And then at, I'm going to say probably 1:40 or so, there's a guy standing right over here. Maybe the person drove in and they parked right there, out of the way from any camera that might be there. So right here, gets out, walks to the edge right here, which is that video, that image right there, looks at the door, doesn't go in, doesn't even take any more steps, then turns around and goes back to the car. Then right around 1:47, we have him showing up at the door. You know, and this could be a couple minute time frame too. So, you know, 9:45 he's in here and he does the thing with the weeds and he's moving around. But eventually at 1:47 during this action in here, he disconnects the vehicle. And then at 2:12, that might be the point in time, right around that time, that they actually entered the home. That's what I'm just sort of theorizing on that. That from 1:47 until we have the motion apparently inside the home, they initially said it was a camera in a room. So we don't know, right? But let's just say that from 1:47 or so, they spent time, preparing the home for entering, taking out lights, house. They take out the camera at the door. And after doing so, maybe they step back for a while to see if anything triggered an alarm of any kind. Waited 10, 15, 20 minutes. Then they go, okay, nobody's coming. Let's go. Then at 2:12, they go inside the house, right around that time, and it sets off a camera detecting motion that doesn't record a video. And then at 2:28, she's removed from the house. Let me ask you guys, doesn't that make more sense in terms of like what was going on? Having a 16-minute window instead of a 42-minute window inside the home? It seems to it makes more sense to me. 16's even a little long. But the rest of the time was spent getting ready to do what they were paid to do. And there could just be one person, but I doubt it. Because it'd be very difficult to move unless Nancy's still completely able to walk. And it'd be kind of a slow walk, to get to the car and everything. Seems like you'd have two people moving her there. Yeah, TMZ does have good information. Can't argue with that. And look at armored SWAT vehicles deployed in Arizona. What are they doing? They must have some information, direct knowledge. I think they have a name of somebody and they're tracking him down as we speak. That's what I think. Can't believe no one monitoring her security. And all right. So yeah, at 2:12, let's just think of it like that. At 2:12, software detects a person or movement on camera, but there was no subscription, so the camera wrote over the... That's how they described it. But now it could be possible that there is cached data, and writing over doesn't make sense because that would be another video, but there might be cached video out online somewhere. That's at 2:12. And then at 2:28, her pacemaker disconnects from the network. And apparently you can be 10 feet away and it disconnects. That's why they wear watches, because then the watches has a longer range to the phone and they're all connected. So that could be where she's still in the house at 2:28. And then finally, maybe exits the house at 2:30 or so as they're trying to get her down the hall. Who knows? But, I just think that's pretty interesting. That we don't know exactly what time they entered the house. They might have that kind of information. I'm just throwing it out there as an option. Because why didn't they mention, there's a camera movement at 1:58. Okay, there's another camera movement at 2. There's just this one camera movement at 2:12. I guess you also say, well, why didn't it keep getting more motions? And where was that camera? That's a huge element. Is that the one in the backyard? The one that they took down from the roof? And see, that would even be more interesting, right? That could even extend it, even make it even slower. Watch this. Watch this. 147 over here. They do all kinds of different things. They're planning, waiting to see if they did any kind of motion, set off an alarm. And then at 2:12, they hop over this fence here, and they take out this motion-activated camera. Or not the the floodlights. They take it out right there. And then that camera that's right here picks up that motion during that time frame. All right? Picks it up. Is that door open a little bit? I mean, in that video, it looks like it. Unless it's like indented or whatever you call it, inset a little bit, and that's the shadow. Let's see. That would mean the shadows would be coming in from the... Who cares? Anyways, yeah, so wouldn't that be interesting if that motion is detecting that time frame, and then when they go in, they're not seen on any cameras or anything, but that sets the time frame from 2:12 to 2:28 as them taking out the floodlights and then go inside the house.
Nancy Smith was talking earlier on Ingram that's a Mexican carry that's very popular in that region.
People are claiming they're just wearing standard black you know, gloves, you know, with the little thin. I don't think they're thin plastic. I don't think they are the thin gloves that you would wear. They look different to me. They look thicker. Yeah, they might have them by midnight tonight. But hey, guys, let's try to avoid these massive lulls in here. It's been quite a while. If you guys could help support the channel, that'd be great. We only have 2 gifted channel memberships. That's not a lot. Yeah, I don't think... That doesn't seem like that thin... Let's look at them ourselves. See that? I mean... I don't know. I mean, it could be, but there's got to be something on underneath those. You know, see, just look at that. That doesn't look like that kind of... Those gloves. Those latex gloves that people wear. The black ones. That looks thicker to me. Is that just some kind of a stitch? Or what is that? Yeah, I know. I put it in there for you, 8675309, just so that you would... I wasn't able to pronounce everything that I was reading so fast. I don't know, man. It almost looks more... I mean, the shine is strange. You know? I mean, I guess it could be these, you know? Something like that. Just regular... But see how there's really small creases in these? I guess you get that right there. Seems to have a similar shine. Right there. Thanks, Jeff H. Gifted a membership. Very cool. Isotoner driving gloves? Nah. See, I think it's more like that. That's a chemical resistant butyl rubber gloves. They look really thick. Like, I mean, that one, that looks good. There. Let me see. Let me go back to... I mean, look at this similarity. Look at that. Man, that's like right on the number. I mean, in terms of shine and just kind of the thickness looking deal. And even underneath there, it looks like the gloves can... See how it's got that weird rounded part? Maybe that's up to here. They're much longer. Welcome, TN Dud. Isn't that interesting? Like, that's the same glove as that one, but look how much brighter it is. It just depends on, you know, where it is to the light. See, same color. Right there, it looks sort of thinner. Don't know. Saturn Dreaming of Mercury says, good idea of blocking sound by messing with the cam, but the perp used weeds to try to cover it. That's true. That's true, yeah. So that means they weren't concerned about the sound. Good. There you go. Look at that. Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. Deployed common sense. I was just repeating things that other people... I think they removed it because they didn't didn't want to be seen doing what they were doing with her body on the way out the door. Or her, she's still alive, but she might be knocked out. But yes, that logic right there completely shreds the idea that they were concerned about the audio, because they were merely trying to block the video and weren't concerned with the audio when they were going to put the weeds on it. Is that good for everybody? Doesn't that completely debunk the fact that, I mean, not the fact, doesn't it debunk the theory that they were trying to remove the camera to keep the audio from recording them? Right? Doesn't that, I think that completely shreds that, because the initial attempt was to put a plant on it. Good one there, Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. Yeah, isn't that crazy? It does look like that. Those gloves that I just had. Right there. It could be a little thicker than, you know, like right there. They just don't seem like they're regular latex gloves. And it's also interesting, see how there's like this other, there almost appears to be something underneath there. And that's kind of what you'd have with these, see? I mean, what's the deal there? Weird, huh? Man, if you sent this to somebody, they wouldn't be able to tell you what you're looking at. Yes, we did comment on the flower debris. It's in the video that I just put out an hour ago, too. We talked about it on the entire live stream that we did prior. But good that you noticed it, too. I think backpacks are the hardest things to try to decipher which one it is, because there's so many backpacks out there. But yeah, like the same issue on this side. Yeah. And it would make sense to have longer gloves. It kind of blocks your skin color and everything all the way up into inside. I don't know. I mean, this is exactly what I told you guys on one of the first shows. I go, I think the guy came up to the camera wearing a mask on his face and removed the camera. So basically, this is exactly what we were thinking. The only thing that's changed my opinion a little bit is it seems like the person wasn't quite as prepared as everybody thought. I mean, he did all the things necessary, but don't you find it weird that he was like, man, what do I do with this camera? Oh yeah, there's a bush, there's a plant over there, maybe that'll stick to it. That didn't work. That seems weird. That almost seemed like he wasn't aware, you know, of the light beforehand, which would then make it so that perhaps he wasn't told about it. If he was, you know, you'd think if he was hired he would have been told about it, but I could actually think that he was told that it was there. That's why he walked up there the first time and kind of glanced over there. Okay, there it is. And he just thought he has to deal with it somehow, but he really didn't think through it. But wouldn't you have thought through it? It seems weird that you would, wouldn't you be prepared with something like duct tape? Instead, you get there and you go, let me look around. Hey, look, there's a bush over here. That just seems weird. It seems like if you went there, you would have prepared and planned. Something from the house when dropped off. How do they know? Could be the black back floodlight cam. Neighbors, what neighbors said that? Where are you coming up with that? Bomb squad vehicles deployed in Arizona. They're using footage from daylight. So that's definitely dark over there now. The camera actually filmed, but they didn't have a subscription, so it got sent to the cloud in cache form, C-A-S-H-E, or I think that's how you spell it, but anyways, maybe it's C-A-C-H-E. But it's, you know, they had to go find it and collect it, even though it wasn't video available to the subscriber because they hadn't paid. So it was just some sort of memory, a storage of motions captured. That's kind of interesting that they do that. So that means if you said, hey, you know, I'm done with my subscription here, but you still have the camera, they're still recording your stuff, moving around and whatnot at your house. It's a little bit concerning, I guess, if you're just trying to get rid of your cameras and everything. All right, you guys, if you're out there, if you could help support the channel with buying some channel memberships for people, that would be great. We're having these massive lulls in here where it's going to be hard to reach the goals. Hopefully, now there's Bitcoin there's Bitcoin activity. I think somebody cleverly loaded up money onto the account, hoping that they'll go use it. I think you would have to probably put a little bit more money than that for them to chance using it. And apparently maybe when you use the money, it can tell where you used it, and then maybe they can track it like that. It's got to be one of the news channels that did it. But yes, your support for the channel would be awesome. Thank you. Bitcoin Bay. Let's go back to the cameras now. Oops. Anything moving around? Wait. That's now. Aircraft. Photo not available. That's kind of generally getting close to the area here. Well, that's over. Wait, hold on. Thanks, Nicole Catino. And then Samantha, thank you very much, too. Thank you, guys. Man, it's so hard because this flight radar thing doesn't have. You can't type in an address. Okay, I see the same location. I think. Isn't that? Have to go higher up like that. Where am I? Jesus, this is crazy. No, it's up here. That's where it's supposed to be. Man, it's in a totally different, wrong part of town. That's the ball field, and they're kind of like right up from there, right around in this area. You can't put pins in this program. I think that's her house right there. 5820. The helicopter's down here, so that's not connected to that. So we'll just keep it like right in here and see if something shows up. Hey, welcome, Stinger, to Oogla Boogla Freaks. Now we've looked into the son-in-law. I'll tell you what, one of the things that made me a little bit suspicious at the beginning was that I went to, I think it was Annie's, and then I found, you know, her husband's name, and then it's on Ben Verified. It's an actual account. Then I click on it, and it was like blank. It was gone. You know, it wasn't there. I thought that was interesting. You almost never see that because it was in there. That means it was sort of part of the system, and then there's nothing. I couldn't find anything, so I don't have any way to look up anything about him. For flight radar graphic is really, yeah, it's cool. It's interesting. So it doesn't look like there's anything happening right now. But earlier today, if we roll back the clock, they were circling, not too long ago either, like 2 hours, a helicopter was going around Annie's house and Nancy's home. But that was probably a news channel getting B-roll footage or something. Thank you, Saturn Dreaming of Mercury, for gifting a membership. All right, let's turn on the Sheriff Department, Pima County. Yeah, he's still at the basketball. He's still at the basketball game.
4 and 12.5 or 1042. Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Have a good night. 1826.
Sure looks like his head and build and the ski mask is thick. FBI was going... Yeah, the ski mask is thick, isn't it? Maybe go on to Amazon. Yeah, the other sheriffs are looking out, going, hey! The deputies are saying, hey, he's still at the game.
126.
Let's see, Balaclava.
1076
Yeah, these guys like Coburger probably ordered it online.
And look it in here. Here, it is south of there. Convoys are like roving engine running in the area north and south.
Let me do some kind of net. Hey, welcome, Jacob. Maybe it's not a balaclava, right? Maybe it's a ski mat. What do you call the ones that has the eye holes in the mouth hole? Because balaclava seem to have... Well, I mean, I guess they're all the same, but I thought there was... They kind of... You can see the whole eyes, not just the eye holes. Yeah, so it's more like this, you know. That's what he was wearing. These kind. That's like more like a balaclava typically looks. But maybe they're all the same thing.
340 traffic.
But he had something like that.
Mike Alpha 410. You locking out in Desert Bell.
Thick, full face cover.
Medic 15. Breathing problems. 4545. South Mission Road. Unit 55. 4300 south and 1600 west. Respond on it or south.
Kind of like that one, a little bit, isn't it? That one's pretty similar. That's how I bet when you stretch that out, it would look just like that. You know, that one. The funny knitted full face cover balaclava mask.
779 will be out at the following.
These seem to have like a little ring around the openings, but so does that one. I think you'd have to have that. That looks very similar. That one. Look at that.
1256 10621 for the supplement.
Man, has a little eye thing and everything. Look at that. That one's almost identical. How about that one, you guys? That's the acrylic full face mask with 3 holes. And it looks thick, too. And you can get it at Target. Perfect, right?
3402.
I'm gonna throw this in that folder, and let's see let's see if there's a target around there. I mean, I don't know about this top part here, but it's hard to see if that's, yeah, maybe once you get a head in there, a bigger head or whatever, it stretches it out. Yeah, that one doesn't seem to have the same. It's more expensive too. No, it does have. It actually does have the that little thick. Yeah, it seems like that's what you would do with these, or it would just fall apart. You need to have a something there, and I think when this is stretched out, it might look like that.
Go ahead.
Translate Echo 02.
And where's that one? This one looks like you have to order it. Techwear. Gosh, I wonder if they're thinking this person might be. Hey, are you still out there? 8675309. Yeah, that's what we said. Yeah, the FBI. What's HRT stand for? What were you thinking that jacket was earlier? What if they kind of, by putting together pieces that they're wearing, think this guy is some sort of, you know, he's got a lot of tech gear on, and then that's hostage rescue team?
India 5.
Oh, really? So they think that she might be still alive, man. God, wouldn't that be amazing? And then that would be, my original theory would be the kidnap for hire ransom, sort of a theory, an attempt, but I mean, what would be the point, I guess? Hosky rescue team? The Amazon package wasn't behind the arch when the suspect arrived. Right. So delivery had to see the blood. Should have maybe called the police. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, maybe people, you know, you see something like that, you don't think about it.
I'll be 1042.
A lot of times they're just looking down at that little pad thing they got. They throw it and they get the hell out of there. I don't know. Let's not look for the next boogeyman. You know?
It's going to be across from there.
We don't need to look for the next boogeyman. Maybe they could have seen something, but when you say should have, we don't know if they should have seen something. Yeah, no problem. I think that means for all your work. But I'll take forest, too. Thanks, Gray. Forest. I'm a forest of hard work, man. I totally get it. 888-675. She didn't show up again. Yeah, it looks like a fleece jacket of some sort. For sure. I said that. I don't know if you saw. I put out a video earlier on it. You guys go check that out. The video's only 14 minutes long. It's condensed down, going over each of the photographs, etc. So you might want to check that one out. Has anyone done a side-by-side of the suspicious person in the neighborhood and the suspect? Well, the suspicious person that people show sort of looking up with the camera, that's not anywhere near here. So I'm not really sure there's video of the suspicious person. You know, if that video was so far away, the surveillance footage of that person, it was miles and miles and miles away. At least the one that I saw that people claimed was a suspicious person. I wish she was alive, but I doubt it. Yeah. But man, maybe they have some information. So what do you guys think? Could those be the gloves right there? Definitely has a similar look to them. No way, too hot to wear. Jesus. What a irrelevant response. Let's see, can they do facial recognition on the suspect? I don't know, they're saying that they can do stuff like they can get a ratio of your eyes and your head and stuff like that. One of them said, you can actually tell where his hairline is, right? And he said, you sure can. Now what you do? No, you can't. No, you can't. You can't see where somebody's hairline is in this. You can forget it. You can get the shape of his head, but, you know, generally. Yeah, I have tried to wear gloves in there. It's really cold out there, and, you know, we'll have to see what happens. Investigation with integrity. Thank you for all the coverage, Greg. Your video earlier was exceptional. Hey,
North
thanks.
Oracle Road in West, Yamaha Road, 3500 North and 600 West. Respond on A3 North.
I think the FBI has completely taken over this.
Set 703 traffic.
Set 703, go ahead.
Do you think it's just the regular surgical gloves then? Something like that?
Yankee 4, Overton, and Toledo, east of.
Thank you, Judy.
Let's see.
With YouTube Premium.
Man, that video has hardly any views. I don't know what the deal is, man. My videos just get absolutely crushed. Nobody watches them. It's got 1,500 views. I got more views on this live stream already than the video. So when you're done, if you want to go watch that video, I think it's pretty interesting. Jesus. Crazy. I thought, wow, go over there and it'll be 5,000. No, nothing. Could be the typical, that's what they said. That's what Fox News said, that their experts say they're the nitrite gloves. Nitrile, I mean. Nitrile gloves. Black. Yeah, something like that. Those are, I mean, these ones here kind of have a look. You know, that pair there, that looks pretty good. I like that. No, I didn't see that design on it. It looks smooth. Like that.
Number 5 female, steering white over black.
Yeah, maybe something like that. But these are really, the part that doesn't look right to me is this.
Holding the white camera in front of
yeah, you see how there's this glove and they're really tiny wrinkles because it's this really fine material. See that? I don't know if you guys can see that, but they're really fine wrinkles. And then you go over to the gloves on the video here, and it doesn't look like that. See how it just sort of seems thicker, even on that one. It just looks like thicker material to me. Not that it's a huge element of the case at all. It's really almost irrelevant. Yeah, he could have had something underneath, and that would make it look like that. But we don't know that for sure, so I'm just basing it on what it looks like. Right, yeah. Maybe my first thought was leather or something like that, a black leather, something. But he could have something on underneath, and then it makes it look bulkier. I guess we just don't know. I think the problem with my video earlier is I went and did a live stream almost right after that because it seems like there's people moving around and asking questions. And you know, the FBI, I guess it was the SWAT team and the bomb squad actually took off. What were they doing? I mean, where did they go, for God's sakes? I mean, they must have gone somewhere, and Fox News was told that those left in association with the Nancy Guthrie case. So, I mean, why would the bomb squad and SWAT team take off? They must be on to somebody, like they're looking for a particular person. Good night, Elaine Talling. You probably want to protect your hands with a thicker glove. Yeah, you would think. Yeah, like if you just use regular surgical gloves and you're ripping out a camera, you might tear it. But, I mean, I guess you could put another one on, but at that point you're possibly contaminating the crime scene. Over regular gloves, so no fiber left behind. Sure, could be. What kind of gloves? And by the way, don't you think right here he's trying to? I mean, I don't think he's hiding his face. He doesn't need to hide his face. He seems like he's trying to avoid being like somebody detecting his height. I mean, because of the arch. I mean, it's such a strange thing. He goes over and then he stands up totally normally, looking around. So you think there's like Oro Valley? Are they part of Pima County?
Could you have 29 and 32?
Hey, go ahead.
Velocity 357 Magnum. Golf Mike 730752.
Oro Valley Police. Okay.
Over.
Well, it's the same thing. That's what I've been listening to. I'm listening to the Oro Valley Police and Pima County Sheriff feed. I've already been listening to that. I just wasn't looking at Oro Valley, so. Mm-hmm.
703 tank.
I think this is perhaps one of the creepiest images I've ever seen. I mean, that is just... Look at that. Forget the... You know, oh yeah, that's from this video. Just look at it like it's... Like you don't know what this is. I mean, that is... Wow. Like right out of a horror movie. Yeah, I don't think it's cartel. Gray about how he stoops seems unnecessary to get under the doorway arch. I wonder if it's since he may have double clothing on, he was awkward. Oh, I don't know. I think he was more thinking that they could determine his height or something. Let's see. I think he drops his head because he has the bite. The light. Let's see. Hold on. I don't know. Let's look. Why would he need to look at the ground?
Hi, West Autumn Wall
In his
Drive,
mouth, you can see the
4600 north and
activities and
700 west. Respond on 8
activities
north.
it twice to see where he's walking. I don't know. Let's see.
Fox 53. Negative 46.
So he doesn't appear to be filming anything as he's walking because it's not lighting up the ground below him. See that? See, right there it is. See that? Right there he's lit up the ground. His light's on. Light's not on now. It's 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 not on now. It wasn't on any of that time. So I don't agree with you. All right, let's see. You think? I don't know. This is no. This right here is not the porch light coming on. This part right here. This is them artificially brightening up the original video. Right there. Now the porch light could be on in that first. I mean, I don't know.
Ranger 9 and Medic 49.
I just don't think so.
6450 East Gulf Links Road, Unit 2159.
Fox 647.
And maybe the light goes on in there. And it was really dark, so they brightened it up and then they changed it. And they made it go back once the light turned on. Don't know. Saturn Dreamy of Mercury said, I don't think it's anyone with experience in combining gloves and a firearm. Working a trigger with just moderately thick gloves can be iffy. Yeah, well, maybe they didn't really need to use it also, you know. If they had to, they just probably rip their glove off and, you know, start shooting.
Fox 56, 1076.
Hey, thank you, Jennifer. Thanks for your hard work. Hey, thank you. And thank you, Trishanus. We know that he has the light in his mouth. We've gone over this 1,700 times already. Hey, right there. The light's in his mouth. See that little light there? It's in his mouth. And he doesn't turn it on again. See, it's not on there. And then later, it, you know, some of these other shots. I'll just go back. See, that looks thin there. Ish. Still looks a little thicker than those other gloves, though. But
Thank you for your.
Copy 28, by tomorrow.
Go ahead.
Kilo, Romeo,
they're creepy.
Alpha,
Jeez.
Delta 1.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. Thanks.
0178, give me just 1 second.
Why isn't the light on now
Being slow,
with
like
his
it-
movement?
Block Richard, can you start us?
Because it never turned on.
901. We'll be at Romero and Prince Sandy Swallow Blues.
See right there? He's using the camera in his mouth to look down and pick up some weeds. Here I can do this one. It's probably bigger for you guys. Yeah, I doubt he put his hand in a rose bush with the thorns on it.
017. We'll advise on the RO as soon as possible. Our returns are
Thanks,
currently running a
Mr.
little
Craig
slow.
Blaze. Thanks, self-esteem.
Rescue 8. Medical emergency. West Prince Road and North Illinois Road. 3600 north and 1800 west. Respond on A3 north.
Yeah, that one where he has it kind of curved up and he puts it near. Fox News was like he was banging on the light. No, he wasn't. He wasn't banging on anything. He just sort of put his hand over like he's blocking it. So he's trying to fasten the, brush onto the the camera there to block its view, not the audio, as mentioned earlier. Yeah, so he wasn't concerned about the audio. See, that little flash thing that you see is not the light turning on. Okay? I've explained it to you guys. See, when you watch it... Oh, man. Sneezing now. That little flash is not it. Okay, let me show you why it's not. It's actually... The first frame is bright. And I think what they did was, he was so far back there, they manipulated and made it brighter. There's no light on there. And then he keeps going. But it loops back and it plays again, so it looked like that. See, it's just the first frame that's bright. God, man, I feel like I'm getting allergies again. Let me see. I'll be back in just a second.
Houston, yeah, Elkins and Stallion and Elkins. What is on fire? Possibly a tire. 86.
Hey, do you guys know, oh, there it is. Now it has a number on it. My Google Watch thing stopped counting my steps. I don't know what was going on there. I think it's a righty. Yeah. He could be pretending he's a righty by putting the gun. That's why he wanted it so visible. You know? I mean, maybe this person wanted the gun so visible like that to make it look like he's right-handed, and he's actually left-handed. He was trying to trick law enforcement. I mean, who the hell would wear a gun like that on a night like this? It just seems so stupid. I mean, I actually mentioned that earlier, that maybe he's using it to trick people, but I don't know. He does use his right hand to block here, and so he's using the right hand to do the main activity while he just sort of tries to undo the door with his left hand. So I don't think that really indicates anything. We've seen that. Yeah, I mean, the reflectors, he might not have even really noticed. That makes the camera really detect that, though. It's weird.
Engine 370. Fire nature unknown. East Stallion Lane and North Elkins Road. 16,400 north and 3,500 east. Respond on A6 Ave.
But if you guys could watch my video that I made earlier, too, that would be great. Thank you. It's only 14 minutes long, so it's not bad.
Engine 372 fire. Engine 372. You can cancel for closing.
Okay. Unreal. I'm a lefty, and his hand movements and choices are how I would do. Okay, well, so you would probably do the same thing if you're righty, and you're using your right hand for something else. Alright. Not saying it's not, just we don't know. I mean, the gun indicates he's right-handed. However, that could be something to throw law enforcement off. As I mentioned earlier, I don't know if we can say that the way he's grabbing a handle with his left hand when he is using his right hand to do something else, because that, you know, he'd have to move way over to the left to do the same thing if he wanted to use his left hand. The camera's on the right side, so it seems kind of at a necessity to be in this order here. I just get such a chill imagining the thug barging into Nancy's room. It's horrible. Yeah, it's just a nightmare, really. Hey, you guys hit that like button, all right? And subscribe to the channel if you're not a subscriber. Doesn't look like we have any. That's why the videos are important. We get more subscribers from the videos. Nancy must have been terrified. Picks up the plant, seems to tell something. Yeah? What does it tell you? That he likes plants?
Engine 7. Medical alarm. 3300. North Paseo de los Rios. 3300 north and 4800 east. Respond on A5 east.
I mean, he did pick it up with his left hand first. Then gather it with his right. Guess we'll see. Because he's picking up plants to cover the camera. We've already gone over this. I got 100,000 times. Hey, thank you, Gray, for your commitment to excellence in your work. Well, thank you. Oh my God, would you look at this, you guys. Bakalula with another 20 memberships. That's unbelievable. Thank you.
9300 East. Respond on A5 East.
All right, so let's do this again. He picks up, he goes to the door, or he sees that there's a camera there, so he goes over, picks up some plants to place on top of the camera to keep it from being able to film. So you can throw out the need to get rid of audio, because he obviously didn't care about that. He was just trying to make it so it couldn't see what they were going to be doing later. And, you know what's dumb about that is, how would you really know? You know, you cover it, you wouldn't know what the view from the camera is. And anyways, they seem to know that they're going to be going out later. And sometime around this time frame is 1:47. That's when he disconnected the camera. And then 2:12 is the next movement that's detected on another camera. Now, I'm saying that there's a chance, I mean, like a decent chance, just as even chance, that 2:12 was when they entered the home. That they literally were outside doing different things, making sure that, you know, maybe that's why the law enforcement was looking all around in the yard and everything, looking for footprints, etc. Because they were all out and about. I wouldn't be surprised at all, is after they disconnected the camera, that they thought that that might set off some sort of alarm of some sort, and then they stepped back for a while and sort of hid somewhere. And then they might have even had to drive away, you know, like get in their car and drove a little bit. And then they came back after law enforcement did not show up. And then they continued their plan and finally entered the house at around 2:12, setting off a camera inside the house, and then she's being removed from the house at 2:28, which would make that a 16-minute window instead of 42. They're there on the property much longer, but wouldn't that be interesting if that was the case? Because you would think if you disconnect a camera that would set off some sort of alarm, wouldn't you? I mean, just mentally, like, oh my God, if I disconnect this camera, I haven't turned anything else off. This might send an alarm out there. But thanks again up there to Bakalula. Don't you love the way I say that?
Just advise on the need for PCSO. They're going to have an extended ETA.
I copy. We just passed the PCSO officer. I'll inform you if we need it.
Do you think they could have been sneaking around in Nancy's house? Yeah, I mean, I think he probably did use the same flashlight inside the house. But I think they... What do you guys think of that theory?
Look at that where you just got
Let me do a poll. I'm sure I won't win, but let's see. Do you think? Yeah. God. All right. There we go. Do you think they entered the house around 1:47 after doorbell cam was removed, or after 2:12? Nanny Mom. Do Nest cameras notify... Thank you, Nanny Mom. to Nest cameras, notify person in the house that there is movement. I think if you had a subscription, it might do something like that. Hola from Bill and Candelina. Hey, there you go. Welcome. I think I've been in Prineville, Oregon before. They just blocked the cam while dismantling it in case someone looked loved with motion set. What? I don't know what that means. Let's see. Looks very clumsy. So most people think it's 147. So I guess it's not, you know, it's like either or. But I think once they disconnected the camera, they wouldn't want to just go right into the house. You'd want to see if anybody reacted to it. You know, like law enforcement or something. So you might park your car down the street with your lights off and just see what happens. When that didn't happen, you pull back up again. And then you go and you continue on, and you go in the backyard, and then you go into Prineville Reservoir. Good fishing in there. Well, how would it notify if you don't have a subscription? That doesn't make any sense. It has to go out to... Well, I guess it could. You just have to... Wouldn't go to the cloud, I guess. I mean, the cameras we have, they just notify all the... I have to, like, pick different times to keep it quiet, because it's just like ding, 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 ding. You know, like, it's crazy. Because remember how he looked through the side window that somebody mentioned earlier? He looks through the side window when he's walking up. He's checking to see if anybody's in there. And then he starts fiddling around, and then I wouldn't be surprised at all if he took off after that. And just to make sure that it didn't set off anything. Yeah. Well, I mean, okay. Does it keep it online? My first time back since the Delphi case. You've been missing out. Now, let's see, there's an app. What have you been watching? The crazy nut jobs that are covering that case still? There's an app for your phone, and the doorbell gives you an alert. It gives you an alert even without the subscription. We don't have the camera. It was disconnected at 147. Yeah, we do. We know the camera. We do know that. Lodi. Where are you coming up with that? It was given out by the FBI. It said the camera was disconnected at 147. Are you saying we do know and you mistyped? I don't know what you're saying. I don't understand that. Yeah, it's definitely a known thing. It was, the FBI said it in the press conference. They said at 147 the doorbell camera is disconnected. Alright, you must have missed it. After my mom died in the middle of the night, a neighbor was trying to break into her house. She scotch taped a leaf to the camera lens. I yelled into the speaker from the app and she denied it. Did they catch her or something? Yeah, well, yeah, that's exactly like that other case that we covered. The guy was a fixer or a mechanic. Why? Because the way he was moving, you can just sense it. I mean, like you're talking about the in the mafia or some, that sense, right? Fixer or a mechanic. Fixes the problem. He came in and cleaned up what happened. Her watch and pacemaker disconnected. Yeah, we know all that, yeah. I caught her red-handed. She said the leaf blew up on its own. But you just said it out loud to her, right? And then she ran away, something like that. Only if it was a subscription with an alarm company would it alert. Okay, well maybe she didn't know it wasn't on the. The people robbing don't know that though. Okay, they don't know that. They don't know. Hey, she didn't pay her subscription, so, or the people going into the house. Whatever this is, I think it's a hired hit. To be honest with you. What was she trying to do? This is insane. Huh? I believe this is a young person under 25, very inexperienced, but was able to write a well-written ransom letter. But I don't know. Maybe they don't even think that was him now. I think they don't even think that was the person. It seemed like they believed that the person that wrote the ransom note was the abductor, though. So I guess we can't throw that out. But the way things have been worded lately didn't seem like it. Could have just been a red herring. They wouldn't know that unless it was someone... Wouldn't know what. I don't think he knew about the subscription being expired. Yeah, but even a family member wouldn't know that. It's just... You're just not even... If it was expired and everything, and you didn't think it was working, you'd just say that, right? I'll be honest, Bakalula said. The guy reminds me of those two from Home Alone. I don't know. It seems like a little bit more planned than those guys, all right. Her house is... Who are you talking about? Her house is $1 million. This one. Need proof of life before paying $6 million. Right. We know that. Was confirmed authorities were sent... there was no proof of life. Were sent to a home in Tucson, most likely connected to the sister. Okay, well, this... I don't know if they ever sold it, but I actually have this. Hold on. No, I got it way over here. Hold on. So, just so you know, I've been on top of all this stuff. The sister, Annie, lived here earlier in last year. Right here. Okay, and the mother's cell phone pinged at this house back in 2025, or whatever year. It doesn't say what year it was. But her cell phone was in this area. So is that the place in Tucson? And maybe not this one? Is that what you're saying? Authorities were sent to a home in Tucson. Right. Well, this house right here... that I just showed you down here was their house prior. Did they ever sell this one or what? Let me try something. Yeah, so they lived in that other house from up until March. And then moved in March to the new home that they're at. Alright. And that was, so it was sold. That one was worth $379. Kind of a cool house. Got hardwood floors. I mean, this is the one that was sold right here. Let's see if that looks. Yeah, it looks like it. Yep, see that? That's the house. But if it was sold, how would you be able to do something in there? This one was just sold. Pretty cool looking in there. It's funny because the outside doesn't look that great. It doesn't look as good as the. So let's see. I mean, it just sort of looks not great, right? I don't know who would buy this with this shit going on right next to it, but freaking junkyard right next door. Look at this. Shit, what a nightmare. People will just suck that do this kind of stuff. So I don't know if they're back at that house or not. You know, who knows? Maybe they're at a storage facility. But that is where they lived before. And apparently just in March last year, then they moved to here. All right. There we go. Yeah, somebody sent me an email, everybody, that the flowers that were placed there are at the doorstep. They're right there below the door. We've only shown this 1,700 times today. But thank you. That just shows you don't watch. It's just, we've even brought it up twice on this show. Let's see.
Hey guys, so something else new. I have just confirmed that the FBI's hostage rescue team, it's called the HRT, the hostage rescue team, is on the ground in Tucson, which is a big deal. I mean, it's an incredibly elite unit.
How come you're not following them around?
Within the FBI, there's the FBI SWAT team, but then they also have the hostage rescue team. Those are the people who go in and try to save people who are being held hostage.
Now, we talked about this earlier. Who said somebody's in custody? Who? Where? Where are you getting this information?
Tucson right now, and the sense is that there's like movement happening possibly tonight. We confirmed that the SWAT teams that left the Pima County Sheriff's Office, that movement was in relation to the Nancy Guthrie case. Whether they were just going somewhere else to stage or whether there is actually something that's going to be happening tonight, I don't know. But the sense, I mean, there's a lot of things moving around right now.
Of course something's happening.
Because we have a camera at the Sheriff's Office, we have a camera at Annie Guthrie's house, I'm still at Nancy's, and it feels like things could be happening. And hopefully it's good news at some point with in regards to Nancy. But I just wanted to keep you guys posted because that hostage rescue team from the FBI is a big deal. Hey guys, so something else new. I have just confirmed.
I don't see the ABC thing yet. If you want to send it to me, I'm on ABC News. I don't see it here.
Here with analysis, the host of Crime Stories right here on Fox Nation. Our friend Nancy Grace is back with us. Well, I have a lot of questions to ask you tonight, and
Nancy Grace has been okay on this case. I gotta give her credit for that. He hasn't been bad. Okay, yeah, people are saying suspect detained. Where? Where can we read about it? Ah, jeez, that idiot again. Okay, Candace Owens is a pile of crap. All right, let's see. Let's go to this one. ABC News. Account download. ABC News. I don't see that. Where are you guys getting this information from? Where are you getting this from? Hello? Where's this coming from? I mean, it just telling me over and over and over again doesn't help anything. I just went to ABC 7. Okay, great. Now we got that. ABC7. And that's in Tucson, right? Because there's one in Chicago, too. I don't know if they got the news first or what. Thank you, Mary Steelman. Yeah, don't see it there either, so. Yeah, I don't see it. You're going to have to send me a link. Yeah, why don't you send me a link? Yeah, we're not able to tell because everybody wants to tell everybody in the chat this stuff without sending the link so that I can actually read it to everybody. Oh my God, you guys. You guys are like talking to a brick wall. Somebody send me the freaking link. It's right here. grayhuze2@gmail.com. Feel free. It's pretty simple to do. What does that mean, Melissa Link out of... What does that mean, Melissa Link out of New Spokane? What does that mean, Melissa Link out of... Okay. This guy's an idiot. Get rid of these fools that show up in here. Yeah. See you later, Ricky. Bye-bye. God, it's just nothing more frustrating than that. You know, like these other channels, they get people that send it to them really quick and they got it. With me, I have to like dig around, and then after 20 minutes, somehow it gets there. All right, let's see. Here we go. Here's something. Here's something. News Channel 3. Of course, they're going to probably... won't be able to see a damn thing after you click that. It says, person detained for questioning and abduction of Nancy Guthrie, ABC News reports. Okay, now I've been to ABC News, and there's nothing there either. You know? Nothing. There's their breaking news. Okay, now that's there. I just was there 30 seconds ago, and it wasn't there.
A SWAT team had left the Pima County Sheriff's Department heading to points south and at a...
Okay, let me just read this first. The Pima County Sheriff's Department, with assistance from the FBI, has detained an individual for questioning in connection with the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. A law enforcement official briefed on the investigation told ABC News. The individual was detained in a location south of Tucson, the source said, and law enforcement is preparing to search a location associated with the individual. The development followed the first images released of a masked man approaching Nancy Guthrie. Okay, thanks for putting that out. Somebody finally got me something. Appreciate it.
Detained for questioning in connection with the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie.
Couldn't be more frustrating.
Stay with me here. Aaron with us live from Tucson. We can show the audience the video now.
We got it.
Of the person, the subject.
It's a, you know, here's the thing. I just get really frustrated because you get somebody that goes, hey, they're reporting, and they don't say, what's your email? I'll send you the link. It's just another comment after another comment after another comment. And it takes a long time to get to the point where we get to confirm it on the show.
It's the person that we see in this video. They're also not saying this is a suspect. They're simply saying at this hour a person detained in connection with this case.
It's a suspect. Don't worry.
They are only saying that it's an individual detained in connection with the case, right. Not calling the person a suspect or a person of interest, right. Not saying there's any connection at this point with the images that were released earlier today by the FBI. But law enforcement officials have obtained a search warrant. They're going to be searching a location south of Tucson where this individual was detained. They're going to be going through that location.
South of Tucson. So that means they're... Well, hell, where's flight radar, for God's sakes? We're not even looking in the right place. I just saw something right there. South of Tucson.
reporting at this hour a person has been detained in connection with the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, of course, the mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. The whole nation has been praying for days that there would be a development that would bring Nancy Guthrie home. We'll continue to follow this. For those of you in the West at this hour, we're just about 3 minutes away from World News Tonight. More at abcnews.com. I'm David Buer. Good night.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
Welcome back to Prime. Here's a look at the stories making headlines right now. There's been a big break in the case of Savannah Guthrie's missing mother. FBI director.
I'm trying to see if there's like a helicopter or anybody. Yeah, I think they've already been aware for a while. See, there's a helicopter right there on that pad. That looks kind of military. I mean, you know, law enforcement. It says Robinson R44 Raven 2. Private owner. Looks just really... Okay. Yeah, thanks for getting the link. And sorry I get so frustrated. It's just... I don't know, man. I wish people would just immediately send me a link and say, great, I sent you a connection to the... And then I can just go right to it. The individual was detained in a location south of Tucson. The source told ABC, and law enforcement is preparing to search a location associated with the individual. Huh. So, man, what do you guys think? Do you think it's still connected to... I mean... Wait, look at that right there. I'm not sure where we're at now, to be honest. Isn't this... That's Tempe. Yeah. Look at all that crap. Scottsdale. I'm not sure if I'm even where I'm even at now. I think it was Tucson's right way down here. Okay. So there's not a lot of motion going on down here. And then they're going to go about that one. Don't know. Pretty crazy though, isn't it? Let's see some of the other links that were sent. Okay, that was the one that you sent before. Okay. I gotta play the YouTube videos. Please check text. Okay. Not sure why my phone's not making any noise. But what's a sway truck? 2 SWAT trucks. Oh, yeah. They said that earlier this evening. That I reported that at the beginning of the show that they had 2 SWAT trucks, a bomb squad, etc., and they were heading towards somebody. All right, so let's see.
Former FBI Special Agent, Fox News contributor Nicole Parker, and Fox News legal analyst. He worked at Court TV also for many years, Greg Jarrett. All right, Nicole, let's talk about the Bitcoin activity. Let's talk about this video. What are you gleaning from it? And the activity that's also been going on in and around Tucson at this hour?
All right, well, my first message is to all individuals who thought that they could, hide their digital footprint. I hope you learned a very valuable lesson tonight. You cannot hide your digital footprint. Whether you think that the Nest doorbell camera is not capturing your images, or whether you think your IP address is masked, or whether you think that Bitcoin is not traceable, there's always a way.
God, do you think that $300? I mean, isn't that okay? You got to admit, like, this arrest came very soon after the $300 was sent to that Bitcoin account. That's pretty wild, you know? And maybe they have a way to detect if somebody opens up their wallet and looks at it. I don't know, man. That's pretty weird. Yeah, we know, man. We know. Thanks. Which ones are old? Oh. Veil? Okay. Where's that information coming from? Wait, hold on. Let me just do it like this. Oh, way down here. Okay. Okay, it's right here. I think I found that spot, 8675309. Yeah. I mean, by the way, where has he been? How do we know the person they're not talking about is actually the husband of Annie, right? How do we know that? I mean, where's he been? Is he sitting at home this whole time, or? All right, thanks. 8675309. I just sent you another text back. Interesting. Oh, so what county is that in? Oh man, I wonder if Broadcastify. I don't know. They probably kept this really quiet. FBI thing. What's going on is apparently they've arrested somebody south of, they detained, excuse me, an individual associated with the case south of Tucson. And so that's interesting. All right. Hey, thank you, Chris O'Connell. Appreciate it. Thank you. And I know everybody tries to help sometimes. I need people to be proactive. When you're watching the show and we're covering something live and you see something, it doesn't help to say breaking news. I can't trust what you're saying because I don't, we got to see the news. So the first thing you do is say you send an email, and then you can type it in there, and then I can click on it, and then boom, get right to it. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, this is real time. This right here, flight radars right now. There isn't anybody in that general area right there. I thought this was going to happen yesterday. So this is, let's just go to, they've got to have something out. Right, so don't you think that that is interesting? That the Bitcoin wallet linked to ransom, they probably had something set up automated. Ransom note shows first activity and FBI's elite hostage rescue team joins operation. So maybe they put money into their own wallet. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Joins operation after doorbell footage released in Nancy Guthrie's case. So this, they don't seem to, on Daily Mail, to have anything on that yet. Let's see. Now it's UK. Wait, hold on. Person detained for questioning.
Now confirming to Fox that a person has been detained, and we are very careful in using the word detained in connection with the Nancy Guthrie case. So we said hours ago, Sean, that in the wake of that video of
So the Pima County Sheriff's Department, with assistance from the FBI, has detained an individual questioning in connection with the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. A law enforcement official briefed on the investigation told ABC News. But keep that in mind, all the activity that's been over there at Annie's area and asking people questions. The individual was detained in a location south of Tucson, the source said, and law enforcement is preparing to search a location associated with that individual. So they must have a home. They might have been on the run, hiding out, and they were located. And now they're going back to their residence, and who knows where that is. Maybe it's right there in Annie's neighborhood. Maybe they were even watching. Maybe it's something like they were watching, you know, her being driven home or something. The development followed the first images released of a masked man approaching Nancy Guthrie's front door. Now, what does he say?
Deputies on the scene in the Legacy under.
Hey, are you sleeping there? Come here, Bobby. A plane just crashed on the road.
Yeah, it's different. Wow. They're not even the New York Times. This is 11 minutes old and they're still talking about something else. Jesus. Okay, there's Tucson. Definitely no, I don't see any helicopters moving around at this hour. Says 3 sources say person detained but no Nancy.
In connection with the incident.
Well, Paul Morrow is the best.
Detained as a suspect, at least yet. That's the information that we're getting, is that this person.
Listen, they're not detaining him if he's not related to the case. Okay.
A lot of weight. It sounds like this is somebody that they had to hang on to. Generally, when you do something like that, especially in a situation like this, with so many eyes on it, so many resources here, you're doing it on pretty good information and you're getting closer. So absolutely a very, very big development here. And I think unsurprisingly coming on the heels of the Google and FBI partnership in managing to decrypt, which was almost certainly a really difficult task of taking all of that bit information, because it's not film. The stuff that comes out of a Nest camera, it's code, and then it gets converted into images. So without a subscription, this stuff was likely sitting in her server, because Nest operates off of a Wi-Fi, or it may have gone all the way to Google and it was sitting in the history of the Google servers.
Between the FBI and Google, in about 10 days, they managed to really do something miraculous, which is to go backwards.
Yeah, somebody sent me the other band member again. Let's just wait and see what the name that they come up with. All right, somebody will get the name. Man, this is an absolutely crazy day here, right?
Let's define specifically for the audience what that means. And what is
Yes, a person was detained.
Well, it means they're not under arrest and they can leave if they want to. It's you know.
No, detained doesn't mean you can leave if you want to.
They're being very judicious, which I appreciate. They're taking very close care of the future trial of whoever they're looking at or whoever's in their crosshairs. And they're being very prudent, and all these steps are going to really, really pay off.
Yeah. Maureen, thank you. Paul,
Let's see if let me see if Cash Patel said anything.
host the crime stories on Fox 1. Our friend Nancy Grace, a person now.
This is they got a person that's part of this.
Maybe the
No doubt about it.
that we've been hoping for. First,
They wouldn't randomly find a home south of Tucson. They were tracking something.
partners at Google, retrieving that tape, sending it out to the public. I believe the moment I saw that tape that would lead to somebody giving up somebody else. So we have hope now that this person detained might be the person.
Hey, thanks, Rebecca. Thank you, Gray, for always putting in the work and staying true to you. Well, thanks. Yeah, some people don't like the true me, but you know, when I get like, hey, come on, give me the. But hey, I'm just trying to get us the information, man. That's it. Thank you. I mean, you guys see me, you know. Like my problem is you guys see me, all my different moods. Good mood, bad mood, happy, sad, whatever. It's all, I do so many shows, you know, you guys see it. Yeah, I don't, if you sent me one of the colored images, Brody, I'm not interested, okay? They're complete garbage.
And now someone has been detained and they are being questioned right now in connection with Nancy's disappearance. This is the bombshell, and this, I believe, is directly connected to that video
Right.
obtained by
Yeah.
the cellular
I agree
analysis
with
survey
that.
team of the FBI. And this would never have happened if they had not entered this investigation.
Yeah. Does anybody think, put up one if you think the sheriff department would have got a hold of the Nest camera and found out about the cache information that might have held that. Does anybody think that? You know, the group of people who gave the crime scene back to the family a day later. Does anybody think that? And I told you guys on the first episode that we did on this case, I said they need to get the FBI in here immediately. This is what they do. Okay. I know a lot of people out there pretend that all the FBI is some corrupt hate and you hate them. I don't hate them at all. I think they are absolutely the best at what they do. I'm sure there's some people in it that are, you know, have political aspirations and do different things, and those people suck. But the work that they do and the things that they figure out and can and do, I mean, it's just they're. I always tell people on here, they have some weird, spooky stuff that they do, and they figure out stuff that you just don't ever know how they did it, but they did it. Thank you, Cheryl Bullock, and thank you, Misfit Bumble. Gray, thank you for the great coverage as always. Well, thank you. I think the workers, the people, the officers out in the field are all great. When I say all, I mean, you know, most of them. Yeah, so there's nothing more on Cash Patel's page. Kind of makes you wonder if Trump would have tweeted something by now. Yeah, I've been watching X-Files again. I think I'm on season 3. I switched to Buffy the Vampire Slayer again now. when I finished that one. That's 7 seasons. 20-something episodes per season. I didn't really like the way it ended this time. I was like, man, that's just sort of kind of lame. Yeah, X-Files is really good. There's always certain episodes that you remember. I think I was talking to 8675309, the one where there's like this sewage creature. Remember the one where the mother, they were like out in the backwoods and lived with the there's children underneath the bed, and they were having these babies that were malformed, and that was like literally movie theater level stuff. All right, I'll check it again. Person of interest detained for questioning. Not a family member, it says. Right. Okay, so it's not, I said maybe it could be him, but I think, I mean, I'm still thinking it's possible. My theory is that somebody was hired to do this. Okay. A law enforcement source involved in the investigation tells us it's not a member of the Guthrie family. We broke the story. Our law enforcement sources told us the operating theory is the kidnapper is from Tucson area and wrote the ransom note that was sent to a couple of Tucson TV stations and TMZ. Oh, well, then I guess it's possible she's still alive. If this really is, I mean, we said the other day that it seemed like they believed the ransom notes because it said no continuing conversation. But then the way they worded stuff yesterday sort of make it seem like they were off of that. This morning, the FBI released the first images of Savannah Guthrie mom's apparent kidnapper. And the feds blasted the footage out to the public on the same day they received the info. Wow. So Kash Patel was like, get that out there as soon as possible. It works. As we told you, the abductor is promising to return Nancy to Tucson within 12 hours of receiving the $6 million ransom, which means they currently somewhere within a roughly 700-mile radius. There were 2 ransom deadlines, both of which have passed, even though Savannah tried reaching out to the kidnapper and even offered to pay up. Tuesday afternoon, we noticed activity for the first time in the Bitcoin account listed in the first ransom note that was sent. Yeah, well, there you go. Maybe that's what got police to the right place. And like I said yesterday, I mean, it's possible that, the family members have nothing to do with it, but they were still out there today digging around, doing things. And, I wasn't expecting this person to be one of the family members that was arrested. Because I think the person they arrested is probably the person in the video. But I think that maybe he was hired by somebody to do what he did. But we don't know. This could just be a Brian Koberger situation. All right? And all the reporting and all of law enforcement buzzing around their Annie's home were wrong. Okay? So that could be the reality here. Yeah, I don't know. Cartel is just, it's so cliche to throw that out there. This doesn't seem like an action of theirs. They would have been demanding money and so forth a long time ago. Right. The money angle. Ransom. Cut to the next scene. She's on a cartel video. Yeah. And detained means that they're being held. Yeah. I didn't say arrested. I think I accidentally said arrested and I said, well, detained. And then I might have said arrested again another time. But detained means you're being held against your will, right? Detained. That's what that means. Why would the cartel want all the heat? Yeah, I just don't think it has anything to do with them. at all. Hey, look at Teresa got a good one in there. Look at that. The cartel would not send anyone who would use yard growth to cover the camera. Can I get a boom? Yeah, there we go. That's exactly right. They go all the way up there and they go, gosh dang it, how do I cover this camera? Let me use some twigs I found on the side over there. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, you gotta love that kind of stuff. That's just, let's see. I don't know. I always love like a devastating, just one-liner that just sort of tosses everything aside. That's pretty good. Yeah. Let's see. And if it is, man, he's going to get demoted really quick. They're probably like, what's he doing? Let's see. Oh, man. It got tears in the eyes. Oh, God. Oh, man. I'm sleepy. Man, I've been up so long today. Just sitting here. We got a ways to go here. Let's see what's happening.
With Google to get this information out, people are calling. And Sean, to your point earlier, this person sleeps somewhere, he drives a car, he goes to a store.
She must have disappeared after that.
If you saw him, you would know him. And he's not that sophisticated. He wore a mask.
Family may have recognized that person in the video.
But if he was truly doing the kid,
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, I mean, maybe that is possible. Although, it's hard to recognize somebody like that when you're covered. Your whole face is covered, etc.
NYPD Lieutenant Darren Orchard. Darren, let's get your take on this development. We now have a person being detained.
Person being detained.
I think this is a huge development in the case.
Wow, great observation. Hey guys, the expert on Fox News thinks this is a huge development in the case. Wow, man, what a insightful comment that is. Let's see. Hey, Richard Watts. A suspect had been detained and the media is all over at Annie's house. Still? I mean, is there a reason that they're over there? It may have given them ideas, though, who it possibly looks like. Yeah, maybe. But I don't think they would go detain somebody on a possibility. They must have absolutely concrete evidence here. Right, you think, huh? Good job. Hey, everybody, breaking news. This is a big deal. You know, I'll actually just tell you that, I mean, when they were saying, now listen, you guys, this is just a person of interest. No, it's not. The guy in that video is 100% involved in whatever happened to Nancy Guthrie. Okay? He's no person of interest. He's not a, hey, maybe this guy. No, that's him. Right? There is no doubt. But Gray, maybe he just gave a ride. Well, he's still involved, isn't he? Well, that's true, but I'm just saying. Well, he was over there removing the camera from the front door, for God's sakes. Maybe he was told to do that, Gray. Don't be so mean to those people. Yeah, okay, the only reason I sound like that is because that's what I get. I get these kinds of things. All right. So when I go off and pretend that I'm talking to somebody, that's actually the kind of stuff we deal with here. And put a 1 if you've seen those kind of comments and me having to deal with that over and over and over again. Yeah. Let's see. Would be nice to show what town south. Well, you know, somebody, I did get that mentioned to me, but we don't know if that was really the town, so I'm not going to say it. There's Tucson. Doesn't look like there's any helicopters or anything moving around. Gray, buckle up. We are pulling an all-nighter. Oh, God. I don't know, man. I don't know. I haven't even eaten anything yet. I mean, I think if I left to eat something, 400 people would leave. That's how fickle people are. I mean, maybe I can, how about if I play this video, how about I play you guys the video that I made today? No, because that's not related to what we're talking about. This thing is 8 minutes long, just the surveillance footage. Maybe I could just try to scarf something down during that time frame, alright? So you guys talk amongst yourself. Alright? Try not to leave, everybody. I'll be back in just a few minutes, and we'll keep digging around, see what we can find. I tried to make it 8 minutes. A little bit. It must have just ended, right? I bet you that just ended a second ago. Oh, man.
Has been almost zero movement, and it was becoming a very dire situation where we were beginning to feel there were no breaks in this case. To have as much.
Thank you for watching Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube, where we use logic, reason, and common sense to work through true crime cases. Thank you very much for watching. Hey freaks, how's it going? Man, this is crazy time. Hey, thanks Christopher Marshburn, sent you a link about how video recovered. Alright, that'd be interesting. I think it was some kind of cache or something in the... Trace Gallagher, man, that guy's... I like him though, he's gets so excited. Alright, let's see. Here we go. This was sent over by Christopher. And you guys, don't forget to help support the channel. Looks like we had a 0 sum during the 8 minutes I was trying to eat. I guess I have to be here. No, there was like 300 put on something on the wallet. Alright, how Google played a key role in recovering the video from Nancy's... Yeah, isn't Ness Google? That's right. Thank you, Jim Lon. What the hell is a gigawatt, as he likes to say?
1.21 gigawatts. What the hell is a gigawatt?
A major breakthrough in the Nancy Guthrie case largely came down to Google's technical expertise. A person familiar with the investigation told CNN. The only thing they never do their user expertise on or help out about is YouTube. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't say that. The mother of Today host Savannah Guthrie disappeared over a week ago in Arizona. But on Tuesday, authorities revealed footage of a masked and armed person outside her door on the day she went missing, after initially saying the video was not able to be recovered. Now, you don't know if that's the one they're talking about. Hey, thanks, Amber Maiden. Outside her door on the day she went missing and initially saying the video was not able to be recovered. Well, that's the front camera. The one that... okay. Again, you know that video that I just made a minute ago? I mean, not the video, the audio that I just used using this? See, we use logic, reason, and common sense here. If the ring camera was removed at 147... then the camera that picked up movement at 212 isn't the same camera. Wouldn't you all agree with that? Okay? Wouldn't you all agree with that information? So that isn't the camera that they initially said they weren't able to recover. They're still probably working on that one. Engineers at Google, which owns Nest, were able to recover data after several days. The task was so technically complex that investigators didn't know if it would be successful, the source said. An FBI official said on X that the Bureau released the images within hours of obtaining them. Within hours? Well, the FBI did. Yeah, they got them and then quickly released them. Thank you, Carolina 12. Or Charlina, not Carolina. Cherylina. Let's see, it's Cheryl from North Carolina? All right, let's see. CNN reached out to Nest and Google for comment. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos initially said there was no video available because Guthrie had no subscription to Google, to Google's video recording service, which keeps videos from Nest cameras accessible in Google Cloud. But Nest still, I wonder who told the FBI, hey, you know what? We might still have something. I wonder if it was somebody from Google. Hey, thank you, MNT. That does help. Thank you so much. What message? What do you? I can't see it. Send it again. 867. I'm just kidding. Let's see. In the community. Okay. All right. We'll get back to this in a minute. I got it open on the screen. This is something 8675309. Arizona News. Reports of law enforcement activity in the community of Rio Rico. That's way down here, though. I mean, that's very south. That's almost on the border. Wow, that's really close to Mexico. Uh-oh, the cartel, that theory's starting to come in now. Holy crap, you guys. Let's see. What does this say? Arizona, south of Tucson, is related to the case of missing. So they're saying that it is related, that they're down there. Rio Rico. Is that really where that is? The community of Rio Rico. I don't know. That seems like a town. Maybe there's, well, that's way down there, though. Let's see. Rio Rico Community Center. Yeah, see, that is down there. But that's right near the border there. Look at that. That's 8 miles. Well, that does give a little bit of ammunition to the cartel people out there. But, you know, again, would you really be using brush to cover a camera? And by the way, how do we know this has any... Well, it does say that. It does say in there, report of law enforcement activity in the community of Rio Rico, Arizona, south of Tucson, is related to the case. Now, I wonder if there might be some other place called this. Let me go look. No, that's exactly what they have on the map. Right there. And this is, when they say south of Tucson, I mean, you know, this is 60 miles south. It's not like it's just south, you know. So apparently down here. Interesting. What do you make of that? So I guess let's get the helicopter footage out. Right here. And move down there. Right here. All right. So we'll keep that on the screen and see if we can get something here in a minute. Now this, oh wait, this is real time. Where we're short a little bit. Okay. Don't see anything. All right. Let's get back to that article really quick. It looked interesting. Let's see. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos initially said there was no video available because Guthrie had no subscription to Google's video recording service. Oh yeah? I don't see that. Are my notifications not on? Let's see. I don't know. I mean, this is weird on my phone. because I haven't heard anything at all coming into my phone. There's not, it doesn't even beep. Oh shit, it's on Do Not Disturb. Psh, Jesus. I guess on this phone I didn't have the time frame set up. God, no wonder. Okay, it works now. I didn't know that. Wow, that's crazy. Jesus. Let me see how long. I'm going to start doing it 1 hour if I set it. Okay. All right, sorry about that. That's crazy. No wonder my phone hasn't been ringing on anything. My phone was that's funny. Okay. All right, I got it. 8675. She scolded me. She said, dude, if you want people to send your information, you have to look at your messages. But I wasn't getting any, oh yeah, turn your notifications on. And then I thought, well, let me look at that, because I do turn it on to Do Not Disturb sometime. And that's exactly what happened. Yeah, I'm in the right county here. You know what, though? Let's hold on a second. Let me just read this thing really quick, and then I want to hear what they did before we forget about it. But Nest still saves around 3 hours of event-based video history for free before being deleted. Oh, interesting. That data lives in Google Cloud and servers. Even if the data had been deleted from Google's systems, it could still exist somewhere and be recoverable, because even files slated for deletion can exist until they are overwritten by new data, said Nick. Wow, so that's kind of how, if you delete something on your computer, it's still there and can be recovered unless you write, and it writes over the same sectors that the file was that you deleted was on. A delete function is just telling the file system, yeah, this right here is really common. This is really common knowledge. A delete function is just telling the system to ignore the data and feel free to use that space on the hard drive for new data. Right, exactly. So until it's actually used again, that old data is still recoverable. I've had cases where I could go back months or even years and find little fragments of video files that were still on the hard drive. FBI Director Kash Patel wrote on, let's see, the investigators goes through layers and layers of components to make the application work. There might be one that just processes the data into a new compressed format, Malone said. There might be one that renders it a certain visual format. The footage and its underlying data could go through hundreds of thousands of servers and systems all over the world. Anyways, it's pretty cool, you know. So basically it's the same as on your computer. So when you delete a video on your computer, it takes up, let's say it's a 40 gigabyte video. It takes up a whole bunch of sectors. They can be spread out all over the place, but it's all associated with that one file. And then when you mark it for deletion, it makes those sectors available to be written over again. And once they're written over, there's no recovery of the data. Hopefully that made sense. All right, let me look at the newer stuff from 8675309. Yeah, I was going to go to the scanner. That's what I was about to do. Let me do this the other way. That part doesn't work as well. You can actually go browse feeds. Okay, Arizona. It's weird how they used to have county in there. Yeah, you hear that? Okay, so Rio Rico is where it was, let's see. Okay, you say Santa Cruz? Yeah. Santa Cruz, Rio Rico, Arizona, Santa Cruz. There we go. And there are 14 people. That's amateur radio. That's all they got. Maybe the Arizona State Police. No, it's not in Pima County. Apparently where the arrest was made, let's see. See, now it's going to make noises on here. It says, New York Times has reported that Rio Rico is where the suspect was detained. And then she just sent me the thing from New York Times. Investigators working on the apparent abduction of Nancy Guthrie have detained a person for questioning, according to senior law enforcement official, a law enforcement official with the knowledge of the case. It was not immediately clear whether the person who was detained in the Rio Rico, Arizona, about an hour's drive south of Tucson near the border of Mexico, was considered a suspect in the disappearance of Miss Guthrie, 84. New surveillance video released earlier. Okay, that's something else. Same stuff from before. All right. So Rio Rico is way down here. We're actually at that. See, that's Rio Rico. That's the Mexican border. And it's only 8 miles away. So for the cartel believers, you know, there's a little window for you guys. There's a little window for you. Don't know. What's this helicopter doing? Oh. I was kind of hoping it'd move over there. Here's another one. I wonder what they were doing. That's a military helicopter. That's a United States Army. They were probably just practicing. Doing drills, whatnot. Now my phone's going to keep going beep, 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 beep. Oh, that was from Erica. Let's see. Yeah, that's kind of where we were looking earlier. I mean, there's this that's an interesting helicopter. That's a very interesting helicopter right there. That one's very interesting. Because I think that helicopter came down here and somehow was very near. I think that's right. Yeah, Rio Rico, for God's sakes. I mean, it literally. There's Rio Rico, and it flew right down this corridor and then back around, and then. Yeah, I don't know, man. That one's pretty interesting right there. I went right to the area from Tucson all the way down to Rio Rico. What are the odds of that? Okay. That's the one I have? That's the one I've got, yeah. That's the one I got there. 8675309, I just found it. Yeah, and that's right. That is a operated by Air Methods. Yeah, that's the one I got on my screen right here. So that's a light, so maybe somebody, I don't know. I mean, that's interesting because the guy was detained for questioning, not airlifted, right? Looks like it's at the airport, that helicopter now. So maybe they brought, it was quick. You know, they flew down there, picked somebody up, and then drove back. Maybe there was, you know, who knows? Maybe they were wounded or something. Because remember how they did have the SWAT team and all these guys driving there? It would be crazy if he turns out to be an illegal alien. It'll create some issues for sure. Drove back? What do you mean? What do you mean drove back? I don't know what that means. Oh, that'd be interesting. Yeah. You know, 8675309's idea was maybe the flight was Nancy, the medical flight. And so maybe they recovered her. That would be absolutely crazy if that's what happened.
Just being super careful here.
Didn't even cross my mind.
You know, they want to make sure that they don't overpromise and underdeliver. It also tells me they're not entirely sure what they have here. You know, they know he goes to it. I would be interested in the following. What was he doing at the time? Was he fleeing?
You know what I don't know how these people do? You know when you're on these TV shows, they keep looking straight at the camera the whole time? I can't do that. If you're watching me on Court TV, I'm all over my face. I'm looking all over the place. I'm thinking. I'm looking down. I'm thinking about something. I don't stare at the screen. I can't do it. Hey, thanks. 8675309. So yeah, that's a good thought, though. Wouldn't that be interesting if they found her and flew her back? Because it's right in the same area. What's that plane? So she's looking at N283TY. It's live. Shit. Huh. So it's not letting me... Oh, it's showing map. Okay, there you go. Ugh, I don't know. That one doesn't seem to be doing... because it's down here in Rio Rico is where the incident was reported. I don't know. I don't think that's the one. See, N544AM. Hey, look at that. They're just reporting on Fox News that they were detained in Rio Rico. Good job. All right. Jenny Penny jumps in there with way ahead of these guys.
Absolutely. I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about with the cooperation, information sharing. It changes the dynamic, it changes the pace, the speed, and what needs to happen. Rio Rico is a subdivision, an area between here and Nogales. But yeah,
Oh, so that flight's over.
this would have been an opportunity to make the break south.
I'm gonna download that one. That was that says earlier though. I lost that one that I had on the screen. Rio Rico. Let me go back in time again.
Would they, if they felt they were behind the gun, if they felt this person was close, would they have contacted your agency and said, we need help? We think this car might be coming your way.
I truly think this is a whole of government approach now, starting from the FBI. We know the president has spoken about to give all the resources necessary. They would definitely be contacting Customs and Border Protection to make sure the ports are aware and the checkpoints that come north out of Rio Rico in that area, and put work towards on alert in case they come across somebody doing some suspicious things away from conflict, out in the desert.
See, now that I turn this on, it's just gonna makes sounds over and over and over again.
And if this person does flee the country, let's say that he made the extra 8 miles or 9 miles before they pulled him over, do we get to go in after him? What are the laws on that? Or do we have to contact the Mexican government and say we need help?
We'll be working with our partners in Mexico. We would let them know. And this, politics aside, when it comes down to life-saving efforts and law enforcement, we're going to have that relationship. There's going to be phone calls made. If they're, and plus we've got FBI and international liaisons and then all across the
All right.
They'll work with us on this process.
Okay. Turn it off again. I don't know. It just keeps going. Yeah, I don't think so. Rio Rico's down. I'm talking to Erica. Rio Rico's right down here. So if it landed right there, that's like miles and miles. That's still flying, that one. Oh wait, no, it isn't. Hold on a second. Well, no, yeah, this is live right here. I'm not sure what that one's doing. It's all over the place. But Rio Rico might be like 30 miles down here. It's right there. Hey, thanks, Toy Airy. I can't donate often, but somebody gifted me a membership. Okay, yeah, I don't know the one I was watching. There's this one. There's this one. Rio Rico's way over there. I don't know which one it is. I'm gonna. Okay, this is another one. That says earlier today, Pima County Sheriff Department deputies detained a subject during a traffic stop south of Tucson. The subject is currently being questioned in connection to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. Now, earlier, somebody said it's not connected to the family, somebody said.
You don't have that kind of luxury here in this case. You're not dealing with this typical case where you're just simply trying to apprehend a criminal. You're also trying to save a life, potentially. And with each day that goes by, knowing her medical condition, knowing how she's being held, what conditions those are under, you're very concerned with acting with absolute alacrity in all of this.
Hoping for a press conference of some sort, not too late tonight. Yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? I don't remember which one what I was following, Erica. Though I don't have the helicopter number. But either way, when I'm looking over here at Rico and I go back on playback time, the only helicopter that really seemed to go there, like we can. Well, there's this one right here. Okay, let's see. This one is. Not sure what that's doing. Not sure what that helicopter is doing. It's just sort of sitting there on a mountain. Rio Rico's right here. The person that's detained, they know, is absolutely involved in this case. Okay? The FBI doesn't just start pulling over. Like, they're not just going to randomly, somebody that many miles away. They know exactly who this is.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we know with the attention that this has been getting in the media, you know that this individual was watching media very, very closely. Now, when it comes down to the detention...
Yeah, so that one did go kind of new there.
Legal
Yep. That thing I just read was from Pima County Sheriff. All right, let's start. R20879. Live. Show on map. Which one is it?
Yeah, when you talk about enough to go on, it's a good time for us to bring in the director of the FBI, Cash Patel, who was on Sean Hannity's show tonight, and he was talking about the fact that they had made substantial progress on persons of interest. Here's what he said.
I will say we have made substantial progress in these last 36, 48 hours thanks to the technical capabilities of the FBI and our partnerships, and I do believe we are looking at people who, as we say, are persons of interest.
Okay, right there.
You know, with any investigation, you are a person of interest until you're either eliminated or you're actually found to be the culprit or the culprits involved, and that's the stage we're at right now.
Yeah, I'd like to kind of go around with...
Oh, it does seem to be heading right towards Rio Rico. Stopped right there, then it's gone. I don't know what happened to it. Maybe it crashed in the mountain. Oh my God! Oh shit! Holy crap! Jesus! I was drinking something and completely inhaled it because I was thinking of. Oh my God! Holy shit! Hey, Gray, note to self: you can't. Yeah, it was like I drank something and like too much went shooting in my mouth and then shot down my lungs. Holy crap! Oh God! That was kind of creepy. Oh boy, that was weird. Yeah, I just was sitting there and. Sorry, guys. Don't worry. Yeah, that was crazy. I was just sitting there and you know when you have ice cubes and somehow they're stuck and then they all shoot forward, then it just sort of shot water down into my lungs. Not water, but it's kind of. Oh man, sorry about that. Sorry, guys. Banner. Jesus.
This new video evidence. Did the FBI, did Pima County have this information, and were they on to something before they released it? Because what has happened is the investigation kind of got stymied, kind of got told a little bit, right? So maybe the suspect or suspects got comfortable. So let's flush them out. So when you make them move.
Oh, there's one in Tucson, right? So apparently, whatever they got picked up, they drove it to. Maybe the Banner University. God, wouldn't that be crazy if that's Nancy being picked up there? Yeah, I just sort of inhaled something and I stopped myself from totally breathing in and went, ugh, and it just sort of shot all out of the. It was like it was root beer. If you can believe it. Man, I might have to get a new keyboard though. Who knows where the water went. Or the drink. Oh well. Sorry. Anyway, sorry guys. Thanks for your concern. I know it didn't sound good on there. Yeah. That was not you? What do you mean? What happened? Oh. Yeah, root beer is so good. God. Especially the A&W Zero Sugar version. It's pretty good. Tastes the same as the other one, and why drink all the sugar? Just drink all the chemicals that make it taste good. Let's see if I can get a drink in. Oh yeah, that was Erica sent me. I think we found the right helicopter. There was a helicopter, that went down and they picked up somebody. It was a medical helicopter right during the time frame. So wouldn't that be interesting if that was Nancy being picked up? And she was picked up. The helicopter picked somebody up near Rio Rico. Now, it also could be that during the capture of somebody that they wanted to detain, somebody else got wounded and injured and moved. But, man, wouldn't that be crazy? Well, here's the thing. I think if it was Nancy, he'd be arrested right now. Right? He wouldn't be somebody that's detained. He would literally be arrested. But it could be something higher level like that. They're just saying something differently to the public, but they're grilling him to see who's connected to what he did. Hold on, I gotta get paper towel. So. Paul Morrow, he's the best. I think he's the best there is on the television. There isn't even a close second. He doesn't do sensationalism. He just says what it is. God, I'm glad I wasn't on video. The trolls would have done something with that. They will anyways. How's it going, everybody? And by the way, if you'd like to help support the channel tonight, that would be awesome. Yeah, that was pretty, yes, that was pretty funny. Because it just, we could use some more channel memberships. That'd be good. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes, sadly believe it's inner circle. Yeah, I think it's, well, let's see, you know. I think this guy might be somebody that somebody hired to do this. Especially now that we know they don't even live really close. Well, actually, we don't know if they don't live close. This might be where they caught him. God, wouldn't it be crazy if they caught him near where he gave her to somebody else, and then his home is back up in Tucson. Thanks, Jim Lawn.
1.21 gigawatts. What the hell is a gigawatt?
I would say if you haven't had root beer in a while, to give it a shot. It's pretty good. I just realized my brain's forgetting to swallow. It's like, generally when you're eating something, you swallow it and then, you know, or you drink water, you swallow the water and then you can start talking again. Hey, look at that. Welcome to Megazoid. I'm trying to figure out how to say that name. Shawnee Lassie. Is that right? Shawnee Lassie, is that it? Maybe they crashed in a mountain. Oh, yeah. Well, that other plane. Yeah, I could have done that. Not sure what that means. I hope they didn't. The helicopter just stopped right there. It didn't keep moving. Oh, yeah. And thanks 8675309 and Erica for sending me images and clips and so forth. Or maybe it continued on. It looks like it went up north after that. It didn't actually go into a mountain. Said maybe it crashed, then you made crashing sounds. Oh. Huh. Right. I don't think that helicopter had anything to do with it. I know one thing, this amateur criminal going to turn into a meme. Yeah, especially the part where he's picking up grass to put on the camera, right? Yeah, that's, they always teach you that in Criminal 101. When all else fails, grab some weeds. Especially when you knew there was a camera there before you got there, apparently. Or when you see the camera there, your first thought should be, go grab a weed and try to stick it on the camera somehow. Hey, thank you, Bird Brain. And yes, that's their name, everybody. I'm not actually dissing them. I'm literally calling them the name that they've got as a username. Their name is Bird Brain. Does the FBI have the lead on this? Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, they took this over a long time ago. I think the president probably, just said, just do what you guys need to do. Screw these other clowns out there. Oh, look at, you got the sheriff going to a basketball game. This is why it's such bad optics. He looks so bad. It's just unbelievable. Gosh, Grace, shouldn't you be able to take a vacation? Sure. Just not when an 84-year-old mother of a NBC broadcaster has been kidnapped from your county. You might want to take your little time off sitting at home reading a good book. Not sitting at a basketball game cheering. God, he was so clueless. Think about it, just the element where he gives the house back to the family the next day after declaring it a crime scene because his crackerjack investigators documented that thoroughly. Yeah, forget it. Nah. The thing that determines his height is the arched doorway. There's one shot where he does sort of stand up somewhat straight in there. That's how you can figure out his height. That's how you do it. Yeah, not the plant. We just don't know the height. Somebody on YouTube was like, well, here's how tall he is. Well, you don't know how high the arch is, do you? You have no idea. I think it was on Twitter. They made this cool little... No, the case is still going on right now. I mean, this is just an individual. Yeah, my feeling is the guy that's on camera has been, they've arrested, or they've detained him. That's what I think. Let's see. I'll tell you what, if we get 6 more gifted memberships, I'll donate 5 myself. What do you guys think of that? Can we do it as a group? We can get an estimate from knowing how high the camera was. Right. It's not good. I'm just telling you, we don't know the height of the camera. What really matters is the archway. You can tell the height of it. As soon as he's standing right underneath it, you draw a line straight down, and you figure out what percentage of him makes up the height to the center, the middle of it, and then that would be, if you have the height at like 7'5", and then he's like 80%, then he's 6 foot, or whatever. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of really simple to do there. Well, that's exactly what I think. What you sent me there. That's what I was saying earlier. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was saying, well, whatever was just sent, I'm not going to read the specifics, but I said that when the $300 was put into his account, that is probably exactly what notified law enforcement of where he was. And that's what this sort of says in here. That's what I said earlier. Wouldn't that be interesting? Hey, thanks, Charlotte Denny. Okay, you guys, there's one. We need 5 more. And then I'll donate 5 memberships myself. Hey, there we go. We got Sarah Shroom. Thank you. Let's see. So apparently it was somewhere in this neighborhood, right here. Maybe. I'll put it down. You know, it makes me want to go back and get that helicopter time frame again, because that looked like that's exactly where that was in my head. I wish I just remembered the name, what helicopter it was. Oh wait, I did screen grab it. Yeah. Alright, so the helicopter I was following was N544 AM. And the last 345 here. Is it still active right now? Or? I'm gonna download that. Yeah, goes my stomach. Hey, thank you up there to Pirozhkeseller. Pirozhkeseller. Man, can you guys help me out? Man, these names are so hard to say. Thanks, Tammy McDonald. Let's see. Pirozhkesellers. Yep, they detained somebody. Yep. All right. Let's go. Let me go back out here. So that one, they're not on the map anymore. So let's try to file or open. Leon. Nancy Guthrie. There it is. Oh, that's the one. Look at that. Boom. All right, now let's get rid of the... Yeah, that one. So there's the trail, but man, look at this, man. That thing went right over that. I mean, I was saying that, but look at that, like right over the pin of where I had it there. No wonder it looked kind of familiar. But that helicopter picked up somebody right in the same general area on a highway. Isn't that interesting? Maybe they got picked up down around, I don't know. I don't know. But anyways, comes up here, flies up, and goes all the way to, and there you go. That's that hospital, Banner University in Tucson. And look at, I mean, I'll tell you what, that would be absolutely incredible if they've actually recovered Nancy at this point and just aren't telling anybody to give the family time to, and they've flown her there because this is right in the area where they detained somebody, and then a life helicopter flew from the same town all the way to that hospital in Tucson. That's a pretty good idea there. 8675309. Pretty crazy. Oh wait, we got the 5 in there, right? And thank you up there to Tammy McDonald. All right, here we go. You know, it sucks when you're on these shows. You don't. There's no when you're on Fox News or you're on Court TV or any of these things. There's no income associated with it. So when there's breaking news and you know, like you're not able to do your show because you're on there, it's just absolutely. And they don't promote. They won't do anything to promote your channel or anything like that. So it's kind of like, man, you know, it's. I mean. It's cool, you know, people say, hey, I saw you on Court TV, but it really sort of gets difficult, because, I mean, it'd be great if they would go, hey, cool, hey, we'll promote your next movie, we'll put it in, or not movie, your next video, we'll put it in, then that would be cool, it'd be worth it, you know, from the financial angle. I like going on there just because it feels good to, you know, share some of the stuff, how I think about cases, etc.
The time is 9 p.m. Temperature 60
wow. That's
degrees
the amateur radio
Fahrenheit. NH6FU.
C. K. Oh. Yeah. FU. Okay, I don't know what's going on with that. Get rid of that. I don't get it. Indeed. I was only on for a few minutes and didn't realize at first. Wish I knew who to... About what, Colorado? What are you talking about, Colorado Mountain Mama? Oh, getting a gifted membership? Yeah. Yeah, we don't know. I mean, there's been 67 gifted memberships gifted tonight, so it could be a lot of different people. If that's what you're referring to. Yeah, we already know that, Tammy. We got it. Hey, thanks, Christine, for the PayPal. Yeah, where you got? We already have the information on the helicopter. Yeah, I mean, wouldn't that be wouldn't that be nuts? They should more say, instead of south of Tucson, they should say 8 miles from the Mexican border in Rio. I mean, 70 miles away, you don't still refer to a town. You know, it's like, that's not how I would do it. What is my best guess? Well, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to shake the fact that right after they put this video out, they were all over, still in the neighborhood of, you know, Nancy's daughter's residence. But it's also interesting that once, so they might have still been thinking about that road, you know, that avenue. But then as soon as there was a, apparently on the money they sent to the Bitcoin account, that it sort of pinged his phone to say, hey, your money's here. You know, maybe it's something like that, right? I mean, I think, my thing is, I think that I was saying earlier in the show, wouldn't it be interesting if the Bitcoin $300, that seemed to match the timing of them knowing something. All right. So if that's true, then it could be a totally separate thing, and they were just really going down the route of the family member and still looking, trying to figure things out. But they obviously have other information that sort of associates whatever they're looking into with that area of the daughter, right? So who knows? Maybe you're not what? What'd I do? Let's see. Maybe it was a guy. Maybe you're not. What did I do? Let's see. Yeah, it might not have anything to do with it. So this could mean that immediately they shifted gears when they realized that the information associated with the Bitcoin account was somewhere else, and they go down there. So maybe at this point they're sort of, you know, or they're connected somehow, you know, because they must have had some elements that kept them in that neighborhood using surveillance and other things. Oh. Maybe I'm not nothing. Okay, that's good. I'm glad I'm not nothing. I'm just kidding. Did you hear about that, Jeffrey? I'm not sure what you're talking about. We're going over this case right now. Who's Jeffrey Ziz? Yeah. I still think it was someone doing work on the house in the past. Maybe. I'm still going to go with that. That's sort of a hired hit of some sort. Yeah, I mean, on the first show we did, we were thinking maybe it's one of the people that work around the house. One of the, you know, somebody that knew a situation over there. But it seems like they would have known about the camera, right? What do you mean? I'm not frozen. I'm right here. I think it's... you guys seen me move around? Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, I'm just kind of going with, you know, law enforcement's presence. You know, we also have Ashley Banfield at a source. So maybe it could just be that the source was wrong and they really thought it was somebody. And so you're throwing it in there. But, you know, my original theory was just that it was like a hired hit of some sort. But at the same, yeah. And then it was kind of weird because you had the ransom angle. The whole thing is just, it's nuts, man. It's all over the place. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. Hey, it's Ivan Victor. How's it going? You guys can see me, right? So what were they saying that I'm so still? I don't get it. Oh, that'd be interesting if he worked on both houses. No, never got my case of vodka or anything from Ivan Victor. He always told me about that, but never got it. Marty's Bar and Grill, he sent me a red breast whiskey. It was good stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we already tracked the flight all the way up there. I have the flight right here on Google Earth. This is the one. I guess it took off from right here, and then it flew all the way down, right near Rio Rico. But what's weird though is it stopped, like, I mean, right over here. So what was over here? I guess, I mean, we also don't know, like, what is that? That's the way back. So must have taken off from generally the same area, and they just kind of missed out on whatever. So down here, then it flew up this direction, and then went to the hospital. Are these connected? I mean, it's possible that's just some other random helicopter. Just would be really coincidental. God, I feel bad for these two guys. They're just standing there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good too, what Marty sent. You out there, Marty? Thank you. Marty's Bar and Grill. Found this link if you have some folks who can monitor for you. What does that mean? Oh, every person accused of...
And there's only a notation of the one felony.
What is this?
Matter.
What are we looking at
Subject
here?
to the warrant. Anything else to add from the state beyond what I've already mentioned?
What is this?
Just noting that the previous release, I know the court noted he didn't comply with pretrial services, but did incur new charges while on release.
Thank you. Defense?
Judge, as to the warrant case, we're asking for one more chance on pretrial services.
Initial appearance of who? What is this right here?
Sampson.
This isn't even court TV. It's just some... It says Tucson. Every person accused of crime says court live on today, Tucson, Arizona, Pima County Jail, initial appearance after arrest of who? I mean, this is just somebody that does Tucson stuff. I mean, I don't even know what that is. It's not related. What do you mean, what happened? I'm right. I'm not on the screen. Can you not hear me? Yeah, you're really good at it. It's Ivan, you're pretty good at doing that accent. I bet the whole bar thing wasn't even real. What did you think of the video by the family? Yeah, the second video they put out, I think they were basically saying that she's not alive anymore, and that they just wanted to pay for the return of her body. That's what I got from the second one. And they needed to have her body returned so they could have peace, and they're willing to pay for it. The third one seemed to sort of slightly, move in a different direction. I think they were just looking to get some kind of communication going and try to and be able to track, because the FBI probably kept sort of updating stuff to try to counter and respond and figure out where a message is coming from, but they never got any continuing conversation. Was that really her wife in the chat? I think I kind of remember something like that, right? Didn't something, I don't remember, Ivan. You came in here, it was so long ago that you were here, but didn't something happen regarding your wife or your family or something at some point? Bad recently? I just don't remember what it was. It was you haven't been here for months, so you said maybe that was him pretending. Or maybe it was a child or something. Just barely remember. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it was a troll then.
Is whatever is happening in a room with law enforcement is valuable, either
home. If I can't, and I have enough probable cause.
Investigators were so certain it was the guy and it was Stephen Hatfield.
Yeah, so maybe, you know, yesterday we did the exercise of not including Annie or her husband or anything like that in the case, and it was still interesting. It felt like it was and it could have been a robbery gone wrong, and that's why they're spending 42 minutes inside the home. But the problem with that theory is, why in the hell would you have to remove her from the house? Was that person always going to try to do some sort of extortion, ransom angle? Well, you know, I mean, the thing is to me, if you're going in there and you're going to remove her, then your whole purpose was to do a ransom. If you're going to do if a robbery goes wrong, you go, oh, I got an idea. I'm going to kidnap her and bring her on. You know, and it might be that she knew who he was, maybe, right? Because that way, so in that case, he would have to take her if he was somebody that worked on the house and she knew who he was, and he goes in there, and then he would have to take her. But it also seems like he planned, whoever this is, seemed to plan to want to take her, because the camera on the front of the house they deactivated because they knew they were going to be coming out there and possibly moving their car where the camera could see it. Right? That makes sense. The video link was live. It is a live feed. That you? Okay, thanks. Affected if there remains anonymous. Them demanding it removes the anonymity of the exchange and makes it very traceable. Oh yeah, and then when they put 300 in the account, and then, you know, the rumor is that it possibly sent a signal to the person whose account the money. Let me ask you something, Ivan. If you have one of those, can you set up your account where it notifies you when money's put into it? So you have a Bitcoin wallet, and let's say a ransom money is put in there. Would it signal you that it's in there, or do you have to open it up again and look and see? Okay, Jacob, thanks for letting us know. We'll stop the show now. Jacob is leaving the building. All right, so you can do that. So how does it work when you do that? So that's amazing, right? So that's probably what happened here. And that's weird, because I was tying the $300 put in to them immediately knowing where this person was. And then 8675309 sent me a rumor, she worded it as. It's very similar to that. You guys remember at the beginning of the show? Wow. We are, man. We're going to pause the show, Jacob. You're leaving. You just told us you're leaving, and okay, got to go by. We're going to pause it. We're going to wait till tomorrow when you get back. Let us know when you come back in. Well, I think the 300 was money sent to that would send him a signal. They would send it to his phone, and then they knew the ping. You get it? So they knew, like once the 300 was put on his account, it sent a message, and I think that's traceable, right? It probably, I don't know how they traced it, you know, like how did they know where to look for where it went ping to? I wonder how that would work. So they sent it there, and then how do they, I guess they have access, maybe they had something set up with crypto, with, you know, the coin, whoever runs the show there, and said, hey, we need to have a warrant on whoever gets notified on this. Something like that. And they did it quick. They probably had that information within seconds after putting the 300 on the account. But they didn't put the 300 on the account until they had all their ducks in a row, making sure that whoever it notifies, they're going to get to know where that is. Through the wallet provider. There you go. Okay. I think that's it. I think that is it right there. And so what that means is that they... Wow. Okay. So that means they've got in touch with the ransom giver. That whoever gave out, put the ransom notes that they believe were authentic, that's who they have right now. So that is interesting, right? Because I can see why it's not like a total arrest. He could be somebody who was pretending. Well, you should still get arrested for that. He was pretending to look for a ransom. But man, that's crazy. They just said that. Who's they? That when it was sent, if their notifications are on, it will ping when they open it on whatever device. Who's they? Who they just said that. We've been talking about it all night. Let's see. I said at the beginning of the show, I said I think that I didn't know how it would work, but when he was sent the 300, that somehow led to them knowing where he was. I didn't know how they did it or anything. Ah, good. Hey, well, the New York Times, they're behind. They're late, yet again. Yeah. So the ransom, I think it was the 2 ransom notes were real. That's what I think. Yeah, how does it remain anonymous though? Don't you have to give out your crypto wallet number for somebody to put something in it? All right, see it. Thanks for all the help in there. 8675309. We are now stopping the show. I'm just kidding. Anyways, thanks for helping out so much. Maybe it is a good time to end the show though. This has been a long day. 4 hours and 5 minutes. I'm sure we'll wake up to a name and more information. People are dropping off like flies out of here. Well, the rumor is the same thing that I just said. Okay? What channel is the Olympics on anyways? And who's in the Olympics? What sport? Oh, the kid. Yeah, the rumor was... I'm going to read the rumor now. The rumor was... That's just a rumor, but it says... Is that he set up something on his phone, and when money was sent to the Bitcoin wallet, it pinged his phone in Avenida Gandara neighborhood in Rio Rico. Okay? That kind of makes sense. And that area that is mentioned is right here. That's why... Look at Avenida Ganara, and that's exactly where that flight was near this area here. See that? Isn't that crazy? But that's a rumor, but that is how it works, too. So that's if he had it set up that way. I guess we'll find out. That must be kind of cool to be able to watch a family member's friend in the Olympics. Well, good luck out there to your friend. See a search warrant on a home in Rio Rico now. A search warrant on... What do you mean? A search warrant... Yeah, I know. They're looking at it. Well, they said the home was in a different location, so maybe that's exactly where it is. In that spot. Where are the Olympics? I forgot. I haven't had any time to even focus in on it at all. I was on a trip. Now I'm doing this. Gold Knight Ivan. No, Italy. Yeah. Has there been anything interesting? I guess there was some good skiing going on. Man, I need to go check it out. I haven't watched anything yet. I thought it was in Greenland. Yep. Alright, you guys, I think I'm going to take off. I'm sure some nice breaking news will be coming later as soon as I get off. Yeah, that was kind of sad. That lady, she used to date Tiger Woods. Yeah, she just went in there and gave it a shot and then hit something and then boom. What other injuries did she get? Wow, thanks for letting us know, AJ. Hey, AJ just said they have detained an individual. Hey, everybody. Hey, breaking news. They've detained an individual. Come on, that's what the title says. That's all we've talked about this entire show. Oh, she broke her leg. Oh, yeah. That sucks. So she couldn't even dust it off and get back out there again. Although knowing her, she might be able to do it. Hey, cool. Bronco girl. Hey, sorry about your team. A couple weeks back. That one sucked. I don't know what your guy... You know what? I don't know what the hell your coach was doing not kicking that field goal, though. What were they thinking? You know, when you're in a game like that, you got to get all the points. You can't give up on a point in points like that. You just take them and move on and try to get more. Yeah, I came back on earlier because that was such crazy news. And then I made a video, and then right when I was making the video that nobody watched, can you guys go out and watch the video that I made on the images, please? It just died right out of the gate because there was breaking news within 10 minutes of that video being put out. Well, thanks for the ones that did. So we had Inverted Sneaker, new member, Christopher Wash, or Marshburn, Gifted One, membership, Timothy Cecil, Ann Dunlop, Skippy, Marilise, Skippy, Kimberly Hunt. Then we had Pyro Scasellers, Saturn Dreaming of Mercury, Jeff H, Gifted One. Then we have T.N. Dud, new member, Saturn Dreaming of Mercury, Nicole Catino, Samantha B, and Stinger, new member, Saturn Dreaming of Mercury, gifted a membership, Jacob Charping, new member, and let's see, Paul Marino, then Kachawa, Shelley, let's see, Shelley Cincy. Man, you guys are... Vicky Johnson, Tony Morrow, as in tomorrow. Jennifer Ford. Then we have Irish Ninnies, or Neens, or I can't pronounce any of these things. Mick Craig Blaze. Mr. Craig Blaze. There we go. Mr. Craig Blaze. All right. Self-esteem. Because they're all one word, too. So you don't even know. A lot of times, if there's not a capitalization or somewhere, it's all, like, you got to figure out what the break should have been. Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. Paul Marino. Teresa. Bakalula gifted 20 memberships. Can you believe it? And then Pyro Skukazellers. And then we have Gloria Batari, Nanny Mo, and Mary Steelman both did $20 super chats. Then we had Chris O'Connell with 10 gifted memberships. Then we had Rebecca Connecticut probably, C-O-N-N. And then we have Cheryl Bullock gifted one. Then Misfit Bumble super chat. Rebecca, new member. Then we had Richard Watts, Bruce Holdaway, Pyro Scuzzellers, Christopher Marshburn, Jim Lawn, Bronco Girl gifted 5 memberships. Cherylina, MNT2B, and then we had 8675309 scolding me, telling me, Gray, you know, you got to turn on, and then I realized my phone was in do not disturb mode. And then Lois V23, Toy Airy, man. That's a name from a long time ago. I think they've been around. I mean, I think you're 70 months or something, right? Jim Lawn 5302. So let's see, Scotty. Let's see, something S. Connie Lassie or Scotty Lassie. Bird Brain, actual name. Charlotte Denny, Sarah Shroom. This was a 4-hour. We did 7 hours of streaming today, 7.5. Pyroska Sellers gifted 5. Then Tammy McDonald gifted 1. Then I gifted 5. Then we had KMTX gifted 1. Grant, member for 3 months. Then Jim Lawn and Jim Lawn. Crazy, huh? All right. Well, yeah, I have a bunch of people that have been there for 70 months. How long have you been here, Amber Maiden? Or Bronco Girl Amber? I've been here for, I don't know, seems like at least 60. Yeah, there's a lot of streaming today. And I'm sure tomorrow might not be too different, because then we're going to get names and be able to look things up, etc., etc., etc. Probably in the middle of the night. Probably not even too long after I get off, because that's the kind of luck that I get. But anyways, thanks everybody for being here and watching the show. Thanks everybody who helped send links, etc. But like in the future, I know I get frustrated sometimes, but when you see something that's like breaking and you're looking at it on the internet, get the link, send it over, then in the chat say, hey, great, look what happened. You can say what happened, and then say, I sent you a link. Then I can open up, and then we can read about it and know about it right then. But when you guys just sort of go, hey, yeah, just heard this, yeah. And then it just kind of, like, we never get, it takes 15 minutes to find where the original source is, or a source of any kind. And we just kind of need it quick. You know what I'm saying? You guys hear what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? I don't know how people do shows like this. Okay, now listen. What we do is I look at the screen. You know, I got these screens here. Now maybe there's somebody who has a camera right in the middle of their screen, but I don't. I like saying Amber Maiden. Oh, there goes my stomach. Ugh. I think we could have with Bo Nix. Yeah, I think you could have won that game easily if you had your normal quarterback. You barely lost it. I mean, it was like that was it. That 3 points is what made it go. I think it went into overtime, right? Or it would have gone into overtime. You're picking up what I'm throwing down. All right, eloquent. Pirate, a.k.a. Erica. Anyways, thanks everybody. Really appreciate you guys hanging out, watching the show, supporting the channel. Makes a big difference. And we will see you guys tomorrow. But who knows what tomorrow will bring. All right, everybody. Thanks for watching. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime for quite a while.
Hey, look at that. That's Bruce Holdaway's favorite part.
I have not seen one. What do you mean it's his favorite part? That is a...
That's what I said. It's his favorite part.
I'm a certified human lie detector.
So apparently Bruce Holdaway loves himself because he says, love the mods.
Hey, let him say what he wants, Mary. You're so mean. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Grillo's gonna give another lecture.
Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a fooled up into Philomena than a vector.
On his vector, with all respect, y'all.
Just remember, I have no agenda, I'm no agenda.
And I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody? Talk to you later. Thank you for watching Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube, where we cover true crime using reason, logic, common sense, and oh yeah, that squirmy little thing called facts. Thank you for watching the show today, and until next time, be safe out there.
Bye.
Ha ha ha! I just wanted to freak people out right at the end. All right, thanks everybody, and thanks for the concern when I was choking on the root beer earlier. That was yeah, that was shitty. Anyways, thanks everybody. See you guys later, and be safe out there.